morning, everybody. Good morning to all the attendees and welcome to the second day of the 14th Annual Competition Law, Economics and Policy Conference. My name is Nandi Mukwena from the Competition Commission. Yesterday, we had a really lively day of debate and discussion, and so we're hoping for the same today. Later on, we've got 2 plenary sessions and an academic session planned for you. But before we start officially, let me ask my friend and partner on this show, Songezo Mabete, to introduce himself.
Indeed, my name is Songezo Mabete. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of what has been a wonderful virtual conference. I did make mention yesterday, it is the biggest ever that has been organized by the Commission, spanning at least 4 continents, probably all 6 of them, given that all the participants are joining far and wide throughout the world. A very special guest is about to join us this morning, the Secretary General, first ever, of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement in Mr. Wamgele Mene. Of course, he will get a warm welcome from the appropriate level, but just something to consider as he then gives us his comments. Speaking at the opening ceremony of the National Conference of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, this is what the Secretary General had to say. If we implement this agreement properly, to the AfCFTA, by the year 2035, we will be able to lift some 68 million Africans out of moderate poverty. We therefore have a very daunting challenge ahead of us to make sure that the millions and millions of Africans who are looking at us do not disappoint them. Of course, this is made in the light of even the existence of the global pandemic, as we are all experiencing. So certainly the thoughts of His Excellency, Mr. Wamgele Mene, are to be observed carefully as he gives us his thoughts in the world in which we find ourselves. Sis Nandi.
And now I'd like to ask the Commissioner, Mr. Thembinkosi Bonagele, to introduce His Excellency, Wamgele Mene, who will deliver a keynote address. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Songezo and Nandi. I would like to express a word of welcome, especially to His Excellency, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And indeed, I would like to welcome all of you who have joined us this morning. We are expecting to have a keynote address from His Excellency Wamgele Mene. It is
sorry, Mr. Commissioner. Sorry, could we just ask this kind of please to mute yourself, and everybody else who is not on mute to kindly do so. This is quite easily a very important session which we do not want compromised by unwarranted sounds. Thank you so much. I beg your pardon, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. Indeed, these are the signs of the new age we have entered of digital virtual conversations. I have a special privilege to introduce a friend I've known Wamgele since the mid-1990s, somewhere there, when we were both students trying to finish our degrees, whilst at the same time we were student activists. It is also quite a privilege that we welcome him here. The first really conference where we have been graced by the Secretary General, hopefully the first of many, as we would like to cultivate this relationship. Wamgele needs no introduction to us as South Africans because he has done us proud by being appointed as the first Secretary General, as Songezo has just mentioned, heading a secretariat which is based in Accra. He is young but quite a veteran when it comes to trade diplomacy. More recently, he was our chief trade representative in Geneva. And we are grateful that His Excellency Wamgele Mene has agreed to come and give us a talk today. I will not talk myself about the work that we are expected to be undertaking now as competition authorities, but also as trade representatives as far as this trade is concerned. I think I would leave all of that to His Excellency. Mine is to really warmly welcome him. And if I may now hand over to you, His Excellency Wamgele Mene.
Good morning, Commissioner and colleagues. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for the very warm welcome. I am this morning talking to you from Cotonou, from Benin, where I am for the week. Of course, I would have wished to be there, and as I'm sure many people, but because of the context that we are in, we have to use these virtual platforms. I have to congratulate you, Commissioner, for your leadership of the Commission over many, many years. As you rightly mentioned, you and I go back a long way. President of the SRC at Fourteenth, I was president of the SRC at Rhodes, and then you went on to become president of South African Universities, SRCs, and I served in your National Executive Committee. So I want to congratulate you over many years of leadership. The African Continental Free Trade Area is possibly Africa's last chance, in my view, to significantly move forward our objectives of a market, an integrated market on the African continent. In the year 2015, when the Assembly of Heads of States convened in Johannesburg in Sandton, they directed that we negotiate a free trade agreement to achieve a number of things. One, to overcome the smallness of our national economies, to enhance the ability at achieving economies of scale, to ensure that we place Africa on a trajectory for industrial development, productive capacity, manufacturing capacity, and to ensure that we are able to reduce our reliance on the export of primary commodities to primarily to Europe. If you look at where Africa's intra-Africa trade stands, intra-Africa trade is between 15 and 18%, which is very, very low. And it is predominantly in the area of commodities. This is something that we have to correct. And so that is why the heads of states directed that we negotiate an agreement, a free trade agreement that will create a single market on the African continent for trade and investment to take place in a manner, in a market that is more predictable and more certain, with reduced barriers to trade in the form of tariffs, and reduced barriers to trade in the form of non-tariff barriers and other measures. If you look at intra-European trade, it is over 70%. Intra-North American trade is over 60%. Intra-Southeast Asia trade is 36%. So we have a lot of work to do as Africa to improve from this 18% of intra-Africa trade where we are today, where we are trapped, it would appear, in a colonial economic model where we simply export primary commodities, raw commodities, which place Africa in a position of vulnerability. Because as we have seen with COVID-19, when you are overly reliant on commodities, the export of primary commodities, when the global markets are subdued, you suffer a great deal. And so we have to correct that. And in our view, this is a step, this free trade agreement is a step in the direction of correcting this economic model of colonialism that we have inherited and perpetuated for many, many years. We have an opportunity to diversify the African market. We have an opportunity to place Africa on a trajectory for sustained productive sector activity. The agreement itself is very ambitious, both in scope and in what it seeks to achieve. I think, as your colleague Songezo noted, by the year 2035, we aim that intra-Africa trade should be double the figure where it stands today, so that we improve intra-Africa trade and we increase the volume of intra-Africa trade by up to 80%. And the World Bank noted in a recent study that this agreement has a potential to lift 100 million Africans out of extreme poverty and moderate poverty, where we fully implement the agreement. And most of the gains, in their estimation, most of the gains will be in the area of women emancipation and ensuring that there is inclusivity in the implementation of this agreement, and that the benefits of this agreement are shared throughout segments of our society on the African continent. The agreement itself includes trade in services, trade in goods, competition policy, investment protection, and other areas such as e-commerce or digital trade, if you so wish. For now, we are engaged, we're in the advanced stages of concluding phase 1 of the negotiations, which is trade in goods and trade in services. We intend to start trading under the preferences of this agreement from January 1st, 2021. We expect that countries will be in a state of unevenness for readiness to start trading. Some countries will be ready, some countries will not be ready. It is normal, it is expected in every trade agreement. It is never fully implemented at the same time across the board. And I don't think that we should expect that this will be any different. However, we are very much determined that as the year starts, that we all move together as Africans, as the 28 countries that have deposited their instruments of ratification to establish the requisite customs infrastructure for the trading to take place meaningfully, both in services and in goods. And as the year progresses next year, we expect to start commence negotiations on competition policy, which is an area that we expect and we hope that competition authorities across the African continent will fully participate in that negotiation, so that in years to come, Africa can eventually, as is envisaged in the agreement itself, in the AfCFTA, competition enforcement on the African continent will be done at a continental level. That is the aspiration in the agreement. But of course, before we get to that point, we have a lot of work to do. And the challenge, the immediate challenge that we face is the impact of COVID-19 on trade and economic activity on the African continent, something that you yourselves, a challenge that you yourselves have confronted from the point of view of competition policy and competition law. We have been facing similar challenges from the point of view of trade law and trade policy. We had intended that, as directed by the heads of states, we had intended that we would start trading from the 1st of July 2020, this year. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, that did not happen. And in fact, we were not able to conclude some of the outstanding work which, but for COVID-19, which we would have been able to conclude. So we have now resumed our work. We are now negotiating virtually. We're meeting in person where we can to ensure that we're ready to commence trading under AfCFTA preferences from the 1st of January 2021. The impact of COVID-19, I think, exposed, as I said earlier, a key weakness, and that is over-reliance on the export of primary commodities, over-reliance on a single supply chain, such that when the global supply chain is disrupted, Africa suffered a great deal. All of these germ-killing products, personal protection equipment, the ventilators, all the equipment that is critical to fighting not just this pandemic, but other pandemics, we saw, everybody observed that there was a distortion in global markets for these products because countries imposed export restrictions to keep the products in their markets. And so we had to confront this reality from a trade law perspective. And we have to learn a number of lessons from COVID-19. The first lesson we have to learn is that we have to accelerate implementation of Africa's industrial development capacity. And I'm very happy to see that a number of countries have taken active steps to reconfigure their supply chains, to reconfigure and to encourage their businesses to reconfigure their business models in response to COVID-19. We have seen that in Kenya, we have seen that in Senegal, we have seen that in Ghana. We have seen more self-sufficiency in productive capacity for the equipment that is required to fight the pandemic. So we have to accelerate that and consolidate this new impetus on Africa's productive capacity. But we have to now do it at a continental level by establishing regional value chains that will enable Africa to be, again, as I say, to be more self-sufficient without disconnecting from the global economy, without disconnecting completely from global supply chains. But it is critical that we establish our own supply chains, and we do so by improving Africa's productive capacity and industrial development capacity, which is something that this agreement places an obligation on the Secretariat and on me as a Secretary General to expedite that work, as I say, particularly in light of COVID-19. The second lesson that we can observe from COVID-19, which has a direct impact on competition law, competition policy, but also a direct impact on intellectual property rights, on trade law and trade policy, is the need for us to reconfigure and to relook at our intellectual property rights and to make an assessment of our intellectual property regime's posture. Does our intellectual property regime, is it at Africa's service? Does it facilitate Africa's public health imperatives? Does our intellectual property rights regime facilitate the development of a generic drug industry on the African continent to ensure that all of these medicines that are required to fight not just this pandemic, but other pandemics and other diseases, that they are easily accessible and affordable to millions and millions of Africans up and down the continent who need them in a time of a public health crisis. And in particular, of course, I'm talking about our patents regime. To what extent is our patents regime flexible enough to enable Africa to respond to these industrial development challenges, to respond to these public health challenges? And I know that this is something that Commissioner and your colleagues have been thinking about from reading some of your publications. But I think we need now to expand this reassessment of competition law, competition policy, intellectual property rights, intellectual property law, trade law. I think we need to expand this reassessment of how we can deploy these instruments to advance our own industrial development objectives, to advance our public health objectives, and to ensure that Africa is indeed well equipped to respond to this pandemic and certainly future pandemics. The third component in which this pandemic has affected us as a continent and economic activity in general is, as you know, we were projected to grow as a continent on average. GDP growth was between 3.1% and 4.1%, according to the African Development Bank, up to 2019. Of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world, 7 were in Africa in the year 2019, according to the IMF. But now the projections obviously are different. The World Bank projects that for the first time in 25 years, the African continent, or sub-Saharan Africa in particular, will the GDP, the economy will contract by between 2% and 5.1%, which is of course a cause for concern. And the bulk of that contraction will be in the area of services, particularly the hospitality sector. The airline sector is projected to experience up to $35 billion worth of losses this year alone. So the challenges are daunting. The figures that I've just outlined are very discouraging. However, I think we should look at this crisis as an opportunity for us as the African continent to, as I said earlier, to do things differently, to reconfigure our supply chain, to accelerate our industrial development objectives, to really focus on targeted productive sector investment across the African continent, not only in countries that are already relatively industrialized and that are already relatively large recipients of foreign direct investment vis-a-vis others on the African continent. But we've got to make sure that in the implementation of this agreement, that we face these challenges head on. And I believe we can, because boosting intra-Africa trade from 18% to double that figure by the year 2035 will enable us to contribute to Africa's recovery. In other words, this African continental free trade area, the dismantling and reduction of tariff barriers, the dismantling and reduction of investment-related barriers, regulatory barriers, non-tariff barriers will boost intra-Africa trade. And when we boost intra-Africa trade, we drive economic activity on the African continent. This is Africa's economic recovery tool, aggressively implementing this agreement so that it is the driver of economic activity on the African continent year on year from 2021. I don't believe we have an alternative. There are not many countries on the African continent that are in a position to provide these significant bailouts that we have seen and economic stimulus packages that we have seen. I think in the United States, it is now the economic recovery stimulus package is close to $6 trillion. We know that in Europe, it is almost at 800 billion euros. So there are not many African countries that have the policy space, the fiscal policy space to provide such a significant bailouts, or rather economic recovery packages. And not many countries have the monetary policy space to provide such significant economic recovery packages. And so we have to find other ways as Africa. And it seems to me that intra-Africa trade, boosting intra-Africa trade is the immediate tool at our disposal. That is why we are redoubling our efforts in implementing this agreement. All heads of states, and certainly the heads of states that I have spoken to, are determined that even though 6 months ago, out of 55 countries, 42 were in a partial or full lockdown with borders closed, we now have to get back to economic activity. We now have to boost intra-Africa trade by implementing this agreement in the year 2021 from January onwards. It's going to be difficult. It is not going to be easy. It's going to take a long time. We know that regional integration is not an easy process. We know that market integration is not an easy process. We know that the harmonization of laws is not an easy process, but we have to start somewhere as the African continent. And we have to start in a way that takes us to what the colleague said earlier in the opening segment, and that is by the year 2035, this agreement and its implementation should have lifted millions and millions of Africans out of extreme poverty and moderate poverty. And I believe that with all my heart, I believe that as Africa, we now have the determination and we now have the legal commitment, the political will to get the job done. And as I say, however, it is going to take time. In Europe, regional integration, market integration is still an ongoing project. It has taken the European Union close to 50 years to reach the point of the depth of market integration that they have now, but they started somewhere. And so I think as Africa, of course, one can argue that we had a bit of a late start, but I think we have an opportunity that is unique, and we have a very, very narrow window of opportunity to significantly advance our objectives of an integrated market. So Commissioner, thank you very much for inviting me. I thank also the Competition Tribunal for inviting me. And I wish you very, very good deliberations for the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed, His Excellency, Mr. Wamgelem, a thought-provoking inputs there. I couldn't help but wonder to what extent all of this is hinged on when you talk about integration, the ICT infrastructure that has to be rolled out. We certainly have seen how important it is for us to be connected to the world, especially in the context of this global pandemic. Talking about ICT, we also need road and rail infrastructure, and at borders and at customs, the quick entry and exit of those containers and truck drivers in particular, which is going to slow us down if we don't have that attended. It is reported that it is quicker to move a shipment or a container from China/Japan to Durban, give or take some 10 days, than it is to move that same shipment from South Africa into Zimbabwe and Mozambique and Zambia on route, simply because of the challenges we are faced with the administration of the documents at the border post. Your work is great, but certainly not insurmountable with the track record that you have built over the years. We certainly are hopeful that even with the South African torchbearer that you are, that Africa will indeed rise. And then in 2035, it'll be cause for great celebration, not just for Africans, frankly, because Africa's development hinges that of the world. We look forward to the progress, and we are more than happy to share insights and engage further as we have today as the work of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement continues under your stewardship. That then has been the highlight of this morning, of the day, probably even of the conference. Thank you then so much, Secretary General, Mr. Sis Nandi, I understand we're getting into the business of the conference now. So without further ado, it's all to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Songezo. And Let me say thank you to His Excellency again for his really valuable insights and guidance on improving the welfare of all Africans. We look forward, along with His Excellency, to competition agencies across the continent fully participating in the forthcoming discussions on the competition protocols so that, as he said, African competition agencies can indeed speak with one voice. Thank you once again. So now, as you said, Songezo, moving into the rest of the program, I'd like to turn to Khanyisa Qobo for the official launch of the Competition Commission's paper on competition regulation in the digital economy. Khanyisa?
Thank you, Nandi, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we are about to launch the Commission's paper on competition in the digital economy, I think it is apt that we reflect on this moment, that in this 14th year of this conference, we are meeting virtually, something inconceivable at this same time last year when we were in downtown Pretoria, mingling, moving between coffee stations, socializing and doing a little bit of conferencing in between. So the tech-driven world we found ourselves in, of course, has been precipitated by the COVID-19 pandemic and also accelerated by it. But the tech revolution has been long coming. The pace of technological advancement has been so rapid in the past 10 years that it has brought us squarely into the fourth industrial era. Just think about it. In 2010, I'm sure most of you, or none of you, in fact, had an iPad because that was the year it was launched. Many of you would have had a DVD store card where you would hire movies for rental on weekends. The BlackBerry was one of the most aspirant gadgets of the time, if you remember the QWERTY keyboard. And I'm sure most of you had a landline telephone line at home. So the evolution of technology and how it has become integrated with our lives has been revolutionary. The way we live, the way we work, play, shop, holiday, bank, transact, communicate. And so this tech life integration has redefined market structures and brought about disruptions of great magnitude. There are positive efficiencies brought about by digitization, with technology providing many solutions to many facets of life. Equally, we have witnessed the negative impact of digitization, resulting in greater disparities and inequalities, both in society, but also in the marketplace, with a winners and losers dichotomy emerging or manifesting, and certainly more pronounced than in the past. And often what we see is that winners take all. So it is in this context that regulators all over the world are grappling with how best to respond. The Competition Commission of South Africa is also seized with these issues, grappling with how the changes affect the local South African markets and the conduct of players herein, but also how South African markets will in future be repositioned within the context of global markets, and also how consumers are affected. So questions of the adequacy, applicability, and application of the Competition Act arise. Equally, the responsiveness of other laws and regulations within the competition policy orbit are up for review. Consumer protection laws with regards to data privacy, intellectual property laws with regards to data ownership, industrial policy, financial regulation, I could go on. So it's very clear that there must be an adjustment to regulatory tools to meet the demands of the times and to shape the kind of future desired. So I will now hand over to the Commissioner to tell us a little more about our thinking on these issues and to launch the Commission's paper called Competition in the Digital Economy. So over to you,
Thank you very much, Kanye. I'm trying to get the video, which has now been stopped from my side. So if I can start my video now. Thank you. We have just heard from Kanye about a lot of things that I was actually meant to talk about. And we also have in the program a keynote address by one of the economic experts in this area. And that is going to be, and that's Christina Kamfara. And we are also going to have a panel that will follow that, which will further explore all of these issues. So in greeting you this morning, I wish to say that I will obviously not exhaust all of these issues. But what I want to do this morning is to just give you an idea, a foretaste of how the Commission is thinking about these matters. And all of the things that I'll be talking about in the main are contained in our paper, which we have just released about a month ago for public comment. And really the purpose of the launch today is to popularize this and encourage people to interact with it because there is a lot of work that we are going to have to do emanating from the consultations that we are currently embarking upon. So I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about what our thoughts are. We know that with, and I think it's quite timely that this talk follows the talk by the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, because technology is really going to redefine the global economy. It has already started doing so. The world has seen a phenomenal growth in the digitalization of the economy. The Boston Consulting Group reports that in the decade between 2005 to 2015, the total number of internet users in the world grew from about 750 million to over 2 billion. This is just in the space of 10 years. And the biggest growth was registered in developing countries with their growth of internet users rising from just about 240 million users to the staggering 1.4 billion. Equally, the share of digital markets of GDP, of various countries' GDPs, has been growing at neck-breaking speed. And there are numbers you can find on these in various reports. And I think that the numbers you will find will still be underestimating the contribution of digital markets in GDPs, because COVID-19 has accelerated the reliance on digital platforms, as we ourselves are experiencing with this very same virtual conference. Today, millions of South Africans rely on the internet and online shopping for their daily lives. Statistics South Africa's findings in the latest General Household Survey show that 64% of South African households have at least one member who has access to or uses internet either at home, workplace, or study. And 60% of these people are making use of mobile connection. So they connect by mobile phones. However, the penetration of internet access to homes is only about 10%. And as I have indicated, we are expecting that with COVID-19, there is going to be an acceleration of this. Indeed, we've already started to see that. A key aspect in South Africa, though, is how we should be expanding as policymakers, how we should be expanding access. So before we even talk about digital markets, it's crucial that internet should be widely available, should be accessible at affordable prices. And in a sense, we cannot afford to lose sight of this basic issue. But as we look at access to internet, we also do not have the luxury of time to ignore what is taking place in the internet. In other words, once you have access, the kind of exposure that you have to the dynamics of the market that is brought about the internet, or what we call digital markets. So if I can just talk about the first issue in for a minute or so. We have, as many of you know, conducted a market inquiry whose results was a range of interventions to promote access to internet. We entered into an agreement with mobile operators to reduce prices, and early indications are that the reductions for internet access through mobile reductions have been in the order of 35%. Of course, we're still doing work to get into precise numbers on this. We also know that the fixed line operator Telkom also voluntarily reduced prices during COVID-19, no doubt to encourage people to rather use fixed line as opposed to mobile connection, because Telkom is, as you know, much smaller in mobile connection compared to the two largest operators. So I think that we are still seeing signs that there are challenges of competition in that sector, as our report says, but there is no doubt that there is a glide path towards lower prices and more access. And I think that what we are going to see is the recognition and realization by operators themselves that the more people use internet, the more they will have volumes, and the more profitable their businesses will be. So this should be really a volumes game rather than the current situation where access, especially to homes, is really for the privileged few. Now, let me come to the digital market itself, having dealt with the fuel, which is the internet. According to UNCTAD, digital markets affect countries in different ways, and countries need space to design regulatory policies appropriate for their own environment. The Competition Commission of South Africa has continued to monitor developments in the digital economy and take actions as necessary. We've also been monitoring developments by our international counterparts. Just last month, the US DOJ, Department of Justice, filed an antitrust lawsuit to restrain Google from unlawfully maintaining monopolies in the markets for general search services, search advertising, and general search text advertising in the US. We've also seen the European Union taking action. In fact, the EU has been the most active agency in pursuing cases in digital markets. It has extracted commitments from the likes of Google in addition to the astronomical penalties that have been leveled. Indeed, the highest penalties in the EU, which also happen to be the highest penalties in the world, have been in this area of digital platforms. I won't say much about that because of time constraints, but also in deference to the experts that will be talking on this topic later on. Almost all the leading competition authorities in the world have released a report or another that is dealing with these markets. We have the reports from countries like the UK, Australia, to continental Europe by the individual countries there, but also expert reports by at a European level itself. It is clear to me that Europe, at least, is playing a leading role in this respect. And from listening to various experts and colleagues from Europe, it is inevitable that there will be regulation of this sector. The question is no longer whether to regulate or not, but how to regulate. Europe, like many other countries, have recognized the danger that of leaving these markets unregulated. And the key thing being the recognition that the ability to collate data, individual customer data, leads to endless possibilities. Possibilities for innovation, which we so much enjoy, but also possibilities for unimaginable abuse. This therefore calls for, firstly, an understanding by regulators of the impact of the evolution of these markets. And secondly, for designing interventions that will spur innovation, but address the abuse that is associated with these developments. The studies released by our international counterparts cover the impact of disruptive technologies on established business models, amongst other things, whilst they all share an overriding concern over monopolization and usage of data, whether from a market distorting point of view, from a private, from a privacy point of view, and indeed even from a political point of view, as the rise of digital markets has now been recognized as having an impact not just on the economy, but on politics, such as we have seen on the debates around the manipulation of election outcomes. So the stakes are quite high, and we ourselves cannot fold our arms. We have to be part of the global movement that is currently engaged in seeking solutions for the future, because the future is indeed now. Today, we must engage with digital disruptors and understand the effect on the startup ecosystem that will shape the future. Many small businesses in this country don't have finances or resources to fully engage this ecosystem and spend time experimenting with it to access consumers online. And in this respect, there is an increasing need to strengthen competition in the digital economy and harness its opportunities that can contribute to sustainable and inclusive economic development. Intentional regulation is therefore required to avoid outcomes that could harm the development of small businesses, as well as a negative impact on consumers, and ultimately a negative impact on South Africa's economic growth. A look at the regulatory development in other jurisdictions is a stark indication that competition regulation in the digital economy, as I have said, is inevitable. The main question that we have to grapple with in South Africa is whether we are going to wait for this regulation to take fold in parts of the world, such as Europe, or we need to be part of this march. In other words, march in a lockstep with our counterparts. I will readily admit that when it comes to enforcement, we have tended to lag behind. But there are areas where we are now challenged, and I want to make a few comments about this, where we have been spared to take action. And the first one is the area of merger control. We have had a history of regulating mergers in coordination and working very closely with our international counterparts. However, it is clear now that even with this collaboration with our international counterparts, there are probably three factors that we need to think about in mergers. Firstly, is an acknowledgement that competition authorities around the world have not been able to pick up all the measures that they would have picked up, that they should have picked up. I think a widely used example where competition authorities were found wanting was allowing the Facebook WhatsApp merger in 2015. This merger, which leads me to my second point, was not notified in South Africa because the merger was not notifiable because WhatsApp did not generate any revenue in South Africa, leading to the merger being found to be too small to require any notification. And that's the second thing that I think we need to look at, notification requirements. The third issue is that there are also measures that are taking place that may escape global scrutiny because they happen to be big in South Africa and not anywhere else in the world. And a recent example of this is a measure that we have prohibited involving We Buy Cars, an online used car buying platform. Such measures have an impact, would have an impact, a distorting impact on our markets that perhaps cannot be remedied once the measures have been allowed. The second challenge that I think we are soon going to have to grapple with is that in the area of cartels, with the growth of algorithms and e-commerce. I have an anxiety that we might be caught unaware of many of the undertakings and understandings that firms may enter into. And the biggest worry is that most of this conduct may appear to be unilateral action by firms, when in fact, it may be involving coordination around many firms. The last area is that of abuse of dominance and vertical restraints. Several features of the digital markets involve some vertical integration of sorts. However, once we have been tolerant of these vertical integrations in the traditional markets, it is clear that in digital markets, it is easy for these to lead to what is referred to as the tipping of the markets, which means that there is a likelihood that for the rapid expansion of one large dominant platform within a particular market. And we've seen examples of this with the likes of Amazon in the US, Alibaba in China, and we're seeing Takealot in South Africa. And indeed, we already have some cases here that we are investigating in these markets. And so really the purpose of our paper is how to promote competition in the digital markets in South Africa and ensure that the digital landscape is contestable. We intend to pursue strategic action for enforcement, including mapping the digital access landscape of South Africa to inform proactive initiation of cases, the proactive investigation of conduct by dominant online platforms, which may be excluding rivals and entrenching dominance. We would issue guidelines as appropriate, which will regulate the conduct of dominant firms. We will institute scoping studies, impact assessment studies, as well as market inquiries into the digital markets, as well as cooperate with our international counterparts. We have made various recommendations in our paper, and I don't want to go through all of these as I touch on many of the issues that I have already indicated. We have taken decisive and proactive stance to ensure the balance of economic forces favor a shift to facilitate entry and more competitive digital economy. This requires removing the entry barriers, including those created by dominant platforms, and prevent concentration in the development of the online economy in South Africa. Our strategy embraces a proactive approach to competition regulation in the digital economy that adjusts to its rapidly changing conditions. We have afforded stakeholders until the end of October to make submissions on the digital strategy. And the next step in the process is for the Commission to assess these submissions and have further engagements with key stakeholders before finalizing a final report. The final report will outline the way forward for South Africa in dealing with these markets. I therefore call upon stakeholders to engage constructively in this process and to provide solutions that would make competition regulation in South Africa fit for the digital age and fit for purpose. So I thank you very much, and I do want in advance to thank Christina for the talk that she is going to give today, and to welcome her to South Africa. and this conference in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We look forward to engaging the stakeholders on the process. Just to say that the paper is available on our website with the relevant contact details of the person responsible here at the Commission, should you wish to engage with us. I'm going to hand back over to you then, Nandi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kanyisa. And thank you also to the Commissioner, Timbinkosi Bonagele, for his insightful address on digital markets. I'm now going to hand over to Songezo, my colleague, to introduce the first plenary session of the day to you. Songezo.
Yes, indeed. Good morning again, colleagues. Thanks for joining. The participants count is looking pretty strong with some 155 attendees on top of the panelists who have joined us, pretty much where we were yesterday at around this time. As I've been given the honor to introduce what follows, we're now going into the plenary, an appropriate digital market response for a developing economy. Digital markets continue to be an important topic across the globe. COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown has increased the demand for online services and commerce, creating opportunities, but also potentially entrenching market leaders more rapidly. It also raises a range of consumer issues in addition to competition questions. The focus of this session then is on determining what may be a developed market approach to these issues and how this may differ from approaches being developed in leading jurisdiction. Let's now take the keynote address, please, from Ms. Christiana Kafara, Vice President at the CRAI.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Thank you, Songezo. Thank you, Nandi. Thank you, Kanisa. And of course, thank you, Commissioner. I'm delighted to be here, albeit unfortunately not in person. The conference is one that I've enjoyed much in past years. I've had the opportunity and the privilege to contribute in previous occasions. But it is significant that we are at least able to join virtually a discussion which is important, and I much enjoyed Tembi's discussion of your report, which is an important report that joins a number of other international reports on this topic, which have been issued in the last 18 months. The last 18 months in this space have been globally incredibly significant. We have seen significant movement, and with my presentation, I hope to be able to start the specific discussion of implications for a developing country with a broader landscape of what is happening out there, my interpretation of what the trends are and the important events that we're witnessing right now. So to start with, of course, we're living through a significant event, the pandemic, which has transformed our lives. And there is no question, it's recognized everywhere, that the large digital platforms have performed essential work in this time. They have certainly facilitated our ability to remain connected and to function. That said, they've been certainly very handsomely rewarded for this role. The digital economy and the giants really have been able to see their own value expanded enormously as a result of these expansion in business. Nowadays, effectively the largest digital platform, what we call the GAFA or the GAFAM, account for no less than over 20% of the stock market value in the US. They are larger than the entire stock market value of the entire European countries. They have a GDP, revenues that are larger than the GDP of some countries. Together, they're bigger than the Swiss GDP. So we're talking about a size and an importance which is almost difficult to fathom. We are faced with corporate entities that are as big as states. And this has enormous influence, of course, not just on the economy, but the political discourse and democracy. So In the face of all of this, certainly the global conversation around digital platforms and how we should deal with them has evolved in parallel. COVID has given further urgency to this, although stock markets aren't pricing in yet the notion that regulation is coming. We see these enormous increases in valuation. The reality is that the conversation globally has changed much. And what we worry about, what it is that globally we are concerned about and gives us anxiety, is not necessarily just size per se, although we of course worry about concentration of economic power and the implications that that has ultimately also on political power. The reality is that we were expecting this digital world to represent effectively an opportunity to seamlessly be able to switch between various services, to face competitive opportunities, to see disruptive innovation overtaking the previous incumbents. It hasn't played out like this. This was the vision of digital that we were kind of expecting, but it hasn't played out like this. What we see in reality is that many, or in fact, a few of these particular services have tipped. Our attention as consumers is being funneled not into a large space of choice, but into 3 or 4 large attention brokers that ultimately determine how we search, how we network, how we shop online, how we communicate. And this is of concern. It is a different vision from the one we originally had. We have really crunched down to situations in which, as I say, some of these markets have tipped. Social networking has tipped, so has search. And competition seems a fairly distant prospect. And this is a particular issue, and I think a particularly acute one, when you're talking about services that are free on the consumer side and are funded. And because their business model fundamentally relies on harvesting data, harvesting attention, personalizing services. But it is also worse than that, because we know, and they know, that conspiracy theories, fake news, addiction, hate speech, misinformation attract attention and therefore make each click more valuable. So in the business model, there is a fundamental tension which favors this. And notwithstanding this sort of public service these companies give to content moderation, they remain a problem. Of course, we are all here without holding our breath. I won't go into this on the outcome of the US election, but we see this playing out extremely graphically in that case. But to give you a different example, in Europe, we have been, of course, shocked by recent terrorist events, the latest one in Vienna just 36 hours ago. And what you saw was that within minutes from that attack, Facebook had set up a discussion forum, what they call a crisis response, notifying everyone in the area so that they could post freely photos and videos and comments on the terrorist attack without any moderation, while at the same time the Vienna police was pleading with people not to share any images on social media. And that is chilling, the fact that we are at this point. But even without going into the toxicity, the interference with democracy, which is associated with these business models, what are we concerned about? Well, there are a lot of things we're concerned about. One is their ability, the ability of these platforms, their incentive to envelop multiple markets. They start from a position of power in one particular area, search on social networking, or you name it, and then they are able to extend, to leverage that position into more spaces and suffocate any potential competitors. We're also concerned about the enormous difference in the bargaining power which exists between these platforms and all others. There is a dependency, both of users and businesses that rely on the platform. I, as a user, have effectively no choice as to what is being done with my data. And as a business, I need to comply with the rules that they set out, that are unilaterally written, on which I have really no say, which are not transparent, and I don't comprehend. And so if I compete then with these platforms, with my services, and they offer similar services, there is a legitimate question. Is my service being treated fairly? Is my product being sold fairly? Or are the users directed particularly towards the services of the platform, because that way the platform makes more money? These are the concerns that we have because of the lack of transparency, which we of course observe. Of course, this is not uniformly the case. It depends on the business model in various ways, and this is a line that I always take. One can't throw everything in with the same sort of type of vision, but it is still the case that I worry. We worry about mergers. Mergers is an area of major concern. We have seen hundreds of mergers being consummated by these companies internationally in the last 10 years, virtually none of which have been effectively scrutinized. There is a question, as the Commissioner was saying a moment ago, that relates to the threshold, whatnot, but fundamentally we have failed to examine these deals, and we know, we are worried at the very least that there is, of course, an incentive for platforms to take over smaller services that can represent a threat in future. Take over a startup, perhaps because they have a cool new service that complements the platform, but it could be taken in a different direction from where it would have been if it had been allowed to continue independently. It could have been growing organically, it could have been doing an IPO, it could have been selling itself to someone else. Either way, it could have had an independent life. We know that the claim is always, well, we provide execution and funding to startups, and they kind of do better with the merger. But in reality, there is a very stark alternative, which is being effectively brought about. The independent innovation of a startup is being adopted and redirected by the acquirer. And we indeed worry broadly about what this all means for the pace and the direction of innovation, which are at the end the drivers of productivity and of growth. And there is a concern, of course, that technology does not seem to generate the kind of widely shared economic growth it once did. Startups do not actually grow as quickly. Productivity improvements are no longer so diffuse. And this is not something I say. There's been a conference at Boston University specifically on this question. There are papers that are beginning to appear about the bias which is imposed on the direction of innovation by these companies. Effectively, if you are so large, not only is your investment the one that determines what kind of investments we make, the direction of innovation, but also it is certainly the case that all others who are innovating need to somehow fit with you. They need to go in the direction you're going to make their products interoperable or somewhat capable to speak to your services. So there is a big underlying direction and bias which is imposed in the way in which we do innovation by the existence of these platforms. So that is why there is a broad global anxiety and concern. And that's why we're seeing a true upsurge recently in initiatives around antitrust and regulation. So until recently, Europe, which really means not just the European Commission, but actually the member states and the UK, which I should single out as a result of Brexit imminently, Europe and Australia certainly have been at the forefront, very militant in this space, while the US was existing, as you know, in a state of permafrost. There was nothing happening there for over 20 years. Now, recently we've seen this change in a way that seems to be profound and irreversible. Not clear what these elections will bring, but there appears to be a bipartisan concern over there that something needs to be done. And of course, you are aware of the big report that has been issued just a month ago by the House Judiciary Subcommittee on big tech, all 450 pages of really strong political statements from both sides, importantly, that identify the problems that we have with the business models of some of these platforms, the misconduct that we worry about, but also very importantly, is a really strong reprimand to the agencies for their failure to act for 20 years on mergers and conduct, a call to arms to Congress to overhaul the competition laws, overhaul the judiciary kind of backwaters, which appear to hold back a lot of the progress, and indeed a push to the agencies to start doing their job. We've also seen, of course, a complaint being dropped by the Department of Justice against Google, joined by 11 Republican states, and it is well known that there are a number of other state attorneys general who are working on a potential or more potential future complaints in this space. So what was a permafrost in the US, a complete glacial era of enforcement, appears to have ultimately moved forward in a space that is closer to that of other nations. Australia, of course, remains very militant to this. What in Europe we are seeing is actually, in fact, a further change, because notwithstanding the fact that Europe has been a pioneer and have always defended the action of the European Commission or the European agencies in this space, which have been really ahead of their time relative to certainly the US and elsewhere. The reality is that we have formed a consensus that these actions have not delivered in terms of actually moving the needle. We have done good cases in Europe. Tembi was mentioning a moment ago the cases against Google. Of course, substantively, they're good cases. The problem is that because they take very long and because there are limitations, it would appear, on what one can achieve through the remedies, perhaps we're not brave enough. I think my interpretation is that there are limitations, but there is also a question of confidence and willingness to really bite the bullet. Reality is that we have not achieved any change in Europe with these regulatory interventions. And so what is happening in Europe is that we're defaulting, we're changing, shifting big time towards regulation as a complement to antitrust. There is a big activity at the moment on the part of DG Connect, which is the part of the Commission that has dealt historically with communication regulation, basically taking the initiative and drafting quite aggressively, on an aggressive timeline, legislation that is supposed to be presented early December on how to deal with digital platform. It will adopt a definition of gatekeepers, which will contain a blacklist, a gray list of practices that are allowed and not allowed, use of data, self-preferencing, and so on, including also additional tool, it would seem, for DG Competition to actually complement its existing tools. It's also important to, I think, mention that the current upsurge of regulation initiative in Brussels is driven also by a broader agenda. Yes, there is a strong sense that we need to do something about the GAFAM, the big digital platform, but there is also, and let's not forget it, a larger political economy tone underlying these developments. And it is a tone which has a lot to do ultimately with the UK drifting, with Brexit, the bloc being heavily influenced by French and German interest. There's a big intention to affirm Europe as an industrial power, recognizing we missed the boat somehow when it comes to the big consumer services, but we want to avoid doing this with the Internet of Things, B2B, data interoperability, and so on. So the kind of buzzwords that you have in Europe, in Brussels at the moment, are really things like data sovereignty, digital autonomy, data democracy, European cloud investment to complement that. So there is that dimension as well. We are really talking about what is a huge building site, really. And some are even concerned that this may be going too fast and risk leaving the US behind and really not facilitate dialogue. So we have a world in which the US has finally moved forward into recognizing antitrust needs to do something, right at the time when Europe is moving forward again, thinking antitrust may not be everything, we need to do regulation and a lot of it, to which the US are saying, no, we don't really understand this. Regulation is something we don't like. So it is a big still question mark as to what can happen. So what's happening in terms of the platforms? Of course, what we're seeing is an unprecedented wave of lobbying effort to resist the change. So there is endless and very loud set of voices in Brussels and elsewhere trying to prevent this from happening, and this is what you'd expect. There's also a more subtle sort of strand of lobbying that they are implementing. Articles are appearing. There was one yesterday on the FT, sort of by some sort of sympathizers, let's say, saying things. Europe should declare instead a policy in favor of entrepreneurship and innovation and abandon its obsession with small is beautiful. This is nothing actually to do with small is beautiful or big is bad. But as I said, the concerns that we have are much more profound. It's nothing to do necessarily just with size. Yet this kind of messaging is appearing in the press, and it is part of the campaign that the platforms are certainly waging. There are also the tech specialists. There is a whole strand of these people who tend to say, well, regulators are a little bit stupid in this space. Competition types don't understand what's going on. Really, how tech works is that the real change is going to come from a future very different innovation. So it's going to be TikTok. It's going to be something which we haven't even thought about. Again, I would caution against this. It's a dangerous rhetoric because it is suggesting and supporting a position that says, well, let's wait for the new next thing and do nothing in the meantime, which I think is just not viable. So coming to an end, I think that, of course, competition is better than monopolies. And we're not worried about size per se, although we care about concentration of economic power. We worry about the suppression of competition, lack of transparency, and unfair bargaining. And in this, antitrust and regulation are important tools. I think personally that merger policy needs to be tightened significantly. We got a lot of mergers through in recent years, and it's broader than tech, with a lenient view, gerrymandering remedies that don't work. The UK is being especially militant and strict on this, and is talking about a new jurisdiction and substantive test that they will apply to digital mergers, for example. I'm sure Mike Walker will talk about this in a moment. But fundamentally, we're talking about situations in which we are scrambling eggs, and we are complaining that once scrambled eggs cannot be unscrambled. Well, precisely. So let's not scramble them in the first place. I think that companies can grow capabilities organically, particularly if they're so big, powerful, and innovative, and don't need to go around buying everything that moves. I'm particularly in disbelief that we are still kind of here sort of scratching our head and considering whether to do something about the Google Fitbit merger. People know I'm quite militant in this space. I don't have any interest in it other than pose the question. Let's take our personal health data and give them to Google. What can possibly go wrong? And beyond that, antitrust needs to be more courageous. So there needs to be more focus on the ability to use exploitation as a category of conduct that is abusive. We focus only on foreclosure and exclusion, but exploitation is very important in this space. And I think it's an area which is underused greatly. Interim measures, when things move fast, we need to actually be able to act even in an interim sense more effectively. This is something that France is doing quite a lot of. And of course, regulation needs to come in, and it should be, as far as possible, smart. I worry a bit about the design in a hurry based on the fact that we're taking a telco type model. Digital platforms are not telco operators, and they don't have all the same business models. So in designing the rules, it's important that we are cognizant of that and recognize that. How, final point, does any of this apply indeed to a developing economy? So I fully appreciate the point that digitalization is a driver for social and economic emancipation and growth. And this needs to be understood. That said, I think my view is that one should be very leery of the siren calls of the big platforms. They will tend to come over and suggest that they can provide all sorts of facilities and services. And I worry a lot about that, because once dominance is baked in, it is very, very difficult to somehow shift. Competition is the only means that can deliver better services, more privacy that we worry about, more democracy even. And competition and regulation really need to go hand in hand if perfect competition is not feasible. So I would be vigilant in your shoes on mergers that are international, global, and be very much heard with your voice in opposition. Of course, South Africa is an important jurisdiction. I know that your voice is heard globally and needs to continue to be so in considering what to do about these big international deals. On local mergers, I think potential competition is clearly an important consideration that needs to be given very serious weight. And it is something, again, Mike will tell us the UK is focused on very much, and it is an area of enforcement that has been, I think, seriously underplayed until recently. So on antitrust and conduct, of course, I understand the cost and the strain of taking over a Facebook or a Google, digital platforms that ultimately are global and difficult to pin down. And of course, Europe has demonstrated it's not easy to just do something effective. Understand also the fear of retaliation. Look what's happened in Australia, where they have introduced a bargaining code between Google and Facebook and the press. And Google is basically threatened to withdraw their services from Australia. If that isn't a sign of one-sided power, I don't know what it is. So I understand that a number of countries are not just developing countries, but even European countries. The Netherlands have been saying, yeah, we worry that if we are too heavy on some actions, we may be actually told, well, we don't need to supply services to you. But I see as important to join the global call for fairness and transparency. These things are fundamental. They need to be extracted. This is the direction in which regulation needs to go, ensuring fairness and transparency at the very least. And then there is, of course, also a whole data piece and privacy piece, which I think is important. There are initiatives out there which have been promoted in Europe, beginning to take some traction. Things like data democracy, data unions. Francesca Bria is a name to follow in this space. She's kind of done interesting things in Barcelona, in Italy, about democratizing the use of data and thinking about our data as things we want to use for us. So let me stop here, and I hope I haven't taken too much of your time, and I look forward to the discussion in the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Doc. Much appreciated for your thoughts. I was listening quite attentively there, given the fact that very soon I will be one of those people who have to sort of think the way that you have suggested we might have to, given my imminent role in the Mergers and Acquisitions Department. Much appreciated. Well, I suppose to unpack all of what you have said and then some, let me introduce my colleague and moderator for this particular session, Ms. Thembalethu Buthelezi, who's a principal at the Competition Commission, together with her panel members, Imran Valodia, Andile Ngaba, Mike Walker, as well as Alexei Ivanov. Thembalethu, good morning.
Good morning, Songezo, and thank you. And good morning to everyone that is listening in today. Firstly, thank you to Christina for a very captivating keynote address, which certainly makes my job a lot easier, as you've covered a lot of the big principles that we would like to discuss. I don't think it goes without saying that obviously digital markets continue to be an important topic across the globe. And indeed, one cannot be a competition authority that is worth any of its money and is hosting a conference these days and not have a plenary session discussing digital markets and whether we are have an appropriate response to how to regulate these markets. And this has been the case for a good while. The focus of our session will be to determine what may be a developing market approach to the issues that Christina has raised, and how the approach that developing market economies decide to undertake may differ to the approaches that we are currently seeing in leading jurisdictions across the globe. As we heard this morning, the Commission launched its Digital Markets Strategy Report. And as part of this report, there are distinguishing features that are outlined, and these features pertain particularly to developing economies such as South Africa. Some of the features that I think I will highlight as a way to contextualize our debate and discussion today include the fact that our economies are smaller in size compared to these global platforms that we are concerned about. Our jurisdictional reach is quite limited as competition authorities coming from these smaller economies. And also, I think, as highlighted by the Commissioner, we cannot, particularly in the South African case, take it for granted that there is widespread income inequality, as well as disparity in terms of access to data, as well as to economic inclusion in these markets. The statistic that the Commissioner had noted was the fact that the percentage of homes in South Africa with internet in the home is sitting at 10%. That statistic is even more worrying when you consider disparity across the various regions or the provinces that we have in this country. So whilst I may, and I'm quite embarrassed to say this, whilst my online shopping activities have increased quite substantially due to the lockdown, I'm not the example that is true for the vast majority of this country, where the vast majority actually does not even participate in these platforms. This is an important feature to bear in mind, because then we're sitting with a dichotomy in that we have parts of the country that is quite active in these markets, but there's a large proportion of the country where we still have the hurdle of access and greater uptake. I also think it's important to note that, and I speak as an investigator working at the Commission, that there is also limited investigative as well as adjudicative experience in digital markets. This means we are swimming in proverbial uncharted waters, but swim we must, obviously, especially when we consider the very loud and consistent policy stance, or to borrow Christina's word, the militant policy stance that is emerging from the larger jurisdictions such as the Europeans and the Australians, and as we heard, the United Kingdom. So to help me to tackle this debate today, I'm pleased to introduce today's panelists. We have Professor Imran Valodia, who's the Dean of the Faculty of Commerce, Law and Management at my alma mater, the University of the Witwatersrand. And he is also a part-time member of the Competition Tribunal. We also have Professor Alexei Ivanov, who is the head of the BRICS Competition Law and Policy Center. We also have Dr. Mike Walker, who's the Chief Economic Advisor at the Competition and Markets Authority in the UK. And we also benefit from the presence of Dr. Andile Ngcaba, who's the founder and chairman of Convergence Partners, where Convergence Partners is involved in significant communication infrastructure projects across Africa. Songeza usually does this quite well, so I'll take his job and just remind you of our housekeeping rules. There is, I'm told, a Q&A little tab at the bottom of our screens. I know you all have burning questions and comments to make, so please send us your questions. We will leave time at the end to tackle these. To start off our discussion, and I think following from the keynote address delivered by Christina, it would appear that the debate on digital markets and the appropriate response has moved quite sufficiently from questioning should we intervene, and is now focused on how should we intervene. Andile, I'd like to start off with you and bring you in this instance. As a competition practitioner, and the most of us are on today's platform, I think we do take it for granted that there is consensus regarding the fact that regulatory intervention is required in these markets and these platforms. Now, from someone that's operating in the tech space, I thought, let me not continue on that presumptive point And first question, if whether you agree, as someone that is in this space, do you agree that it really is more a question about should we intervene and not, I beg your pardon, is a question of how we should intervene and not really about should we intervene? Or are you feeling a bit jittery that all this talk of policy intervention since 9 a.m. this morning is a signal that we are really stepping in and we might be stifling the innovation that is quite crucial to the industry you operate in? Andile.
Thank you. I thought I would be the last in this panel to speak, but be that may, thank you very much. And again, congratulations to the Commission really for the launch of the paper. Very, very interesting debate indeed. I have probably contrarian views on this matter. I mean, I'm just going to give maybe a minute or so to give the context. I mean, internet discussions have been happening for the last 25 years. You know, how to regulate the internet or where to regulate and who should regulate the internet. This debate has been going on, one at ICANN has been going on within the Internet Governance Forum globally, I mean, which is a structure that came out of, you know, Information Society in Tunisia many years back. And this debate has been happening in many fora at WTO at the time when WTO started to look at liberalization of telecommunications in the late 80s and beginning of the 90s. So the debate about the internet and how to regulate the internet has been there for some time. By doing so, I mean, one is saying that we just need to be mindful that we are dealing with a platform that is defined by the internet community as a multi-stakeholder body or as a multi-stakeholder environment, that all parties have equal say in the way the internet's future is supposed to be. That's the first premise in the way the internet, you know, discourse in the world is. The second aspect is that, you know, issues of jurisdiction or borders don't exist on the internet, right? I mean, these platforms are multi, you know, they operate in a universe of theirs, right? Yes, I accept in the fact that, you know, we have a challenge of the digital divide in society. I mean, which does require intervention both by the state and intervention by various regulatory, you know, institutions to make sure that as society, we must close the digital divide. There's no doubt about it. But I think it's important, I mean, to say you cannot use both regulatory or competition models of offline in the online or the internet environment. They will never work. To my last point in this, just to say the companies that will be, you know, big tech in 2030, they're not born yet. They will be born after this pandemic. And therefore, the speed at which these platform or the platform economics or the internet is changing, right? It's going to be very difficult to use the model of offline to think you can actually build a regulatory or a competition ecosystem in a fast-paced changing environment. So my argument before I switch off my mic is that please, competition authorities, regulators, this is not an offline environment. We need to look at this very differently than we were looking at the way we regulated offline businesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Andile. Mike, Andile has raised a couple of interesting points coming in as a business practitioner that's operating in this space. And is pleading that actually, you know, how we're thinking about this does differ. I mean, as you know, I'm a competition practitioner, so again, I feel like we really have moved past this point, at least in terms of the debate. But I'd like to bring you in here, and maybe we can speak to the economics too. That you know, are we past this point of questioning whether or not to intervene? And the points that Andile has raised in relation to the difference between the offline and the online, and that actually the firms we'll face in 2030 are not even born. and we might step in on the dynamic nature of these markets. Your thoughts on this, please?
Okay. So I do agree that we are past the point of asking whether we need regulation, and we are now at the point of asking what form of regulation that should take. So just to pick up on that very last point Andy made about, you know, the big tech of 2030 not yet being born. Well, I hope so. I hope so. But if we look 10 years ago from now, back to 2010, then Google, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, they all had very strong market positions 10 years ago, and they still have very strong market positions. And that's fine, but my concern is to ensure that if they still have those strong positions in 2030, they have them because they have earned them on the merits, not because they have been able to exclude these potential entrants who, you know, haven't been born yet but might have great products. So I do think we need, we are going to need to intervene in a regulatory fashion. I mean, why? What's the fundamental problem? The fundamental problem is that it's not that these firms have very strong positions now, it's that it looks from here very difficult to see how those positions are going to be eroded if there is no regulatory constraint imposed on them. So if we think about something like Google and search, there's very, very significant network effects in search. Basically, the nature of search is that the more people who search on who use you as a search engine, the more data you get and what people are searching for and what results they then click on, and therefore you are better able to optimize your search algorithms, so you provide a better product, so consumers therefore use you, which is absolutely great. But it does mean that your position in search, so Google, is unlikely to be eroded anytime in the near future by a new entrant. If you think about social media, you also get network effects, both same-side network effects. You want to be on the social media platform that all your friends are, so that means markets tend to tip, but also cross-platform effects. You want to be in the social media platform for which there are a bunch of good, interesting apps that have been written. We've also seen big tech engaging in development strategies, so moving into neighboring areas as a way of protecting. One of the effects of that is to protect their core monopoly. This is not new behavior. It's exactly what Microsoft did at the end of the 1990s with respect to browsers, but it is worrying behavior. And so again, I think we do need to worry about that sort of development behavior. We also need to worry about the fact, and this what Christina talked about, is the importance of data and how having unique access to data gives you a very strong position in many of these markets. And again, that means it's very difficult for that market position to be eroded. So in short, yes, I do think we're into a world of needing to have some form of regulation. And I think, just in the last 1 minute of this answer, the type of places we need to be worrying about. So we need to do something about the merger regime. We absolutely need to do something about the ability for the large platforms to spend a lot of money buying default positions. Basic behavioral economics tells us that consumers will typically go for the default. So if you can buy the default, as Google does in some areas, that makes it almost impossible for anybody to come and compete against you in that area. We need to worry, I think, a lot about some of these firms using privacy as a shield and therefore taking further advantage of their data advantage, claiming they can't share data on the basis of privacy concerns, because of course that can make interoperability very difficult. And the final comment I make here is we really do need to protect complementers. So a lot of these platforms, a whole ecosystem grows up around them of other firms offering products that work through that platform and offer complementary products. And potentially some of those complements might become in the future competitors. And we need to make sure that at the point at which the platform feels that a complementer is in danger of becoming a competitor, it is not able to cut it off. So the sort of behavior I'm thinking about there is Facebook's behavior with respect to Vine. As soon as it decided that Vine might be becoming a competitor, it basically just cut off Vine's API access. That's the sort of behavior that I think we should be worrying about. Okay, and then the final comment here is I don't think structural remedies are off the table. I'm not suggesting that where there's large network effects, we try to break up a company, because that makes no economic sense. You've still got the network effects. But where these companies have got very strong market positions on the basis of acquisitions, say for instance Google in ad tech, then if we are unable to solve the problems in that area through regulation, then as a last resort, yes, I think structural remedies should still be on the table. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Already raising some interesting points, particularly with regards to the tools that we have at our disposal as competition authorities. I just would like to bring in Imran on this point where, firstly, I think it's generally accepted that competition law is not sufficient as a policy response for the issues that are raised in digital markets. And perhaps if you can discuss and take us through maybe which other policy levers should be used as part of this broader regulatory response. I mean, I've heard of mavericks out there talking about digital taxes and the like, and other investment type of incentives. So just take us through about what other policy levers may be used.
Thank you so much, Tembelet, and thank you to Christina and to the Commission for the report and the fantastic talk this morning. I wanted to sort of at the general level perhaps take a slightly different view to Andile. I mean, my sense kind of the issue is that we lived through a time when the general view was that the kind of internet had kind of enormous kind of emancipatory powers, and I would still subscribe to that view. But I think over the last 20 years, and I think Christina's talk and her work and much of the work in the EU really kind of highlights the fact that that dream of a totally emancipatory view of kind of the internet and kind of digital technologies, I don't think is the world that we live in now. I think the evidence that we have to deal with now is the potential for kind of growth and kind of from a developing country perspective, the kind of enormous potential it offers for our economies to grow, but also the very large and dominant vested interests that have to be dealt with. So I think I'm very much with Christina on and with your report that the kind of issue isn't whether we kind of regulate these markets. I think it's quite clear that we have to. I think there's an important issue in kind of developing countries which would suggest that we have to be really cautious about how we do this. So we kind of dealing in markets which are very much forward looking, and there's a great, well, a kind of greater potential to make errors. So we have to be cautious. But I think the need for kind of adequate and kind of growth promoting, access promoting, kind of small business promoting regulation is, I think, quite clear, and I think Christina's really laid that out quite well. I sort of do think that there's some important areas outside of competition policy that are important. As we heard in the trade session this morning, there's kind of issues around IP and trade law. But the two specific ones I'd like to kind of highlight is I think there's very important developing country issues around socioeconomic policy, around access, around costs for kind of poorer consumers, around kind of addressing inequalities in terms of kind of gender, space, age, kind of etc. That we perhaps have to deal with much more kind of profoundly, kind of in a developing country setting. I think there's another area that maybe we haven't discussed much, which is policy in the area of labor law. I think when you live in a developing country, and kind of ours is perhaps the sort of best example, where kind of half the workforce doesn't have a stake in kind of employment. The types of digital technologies that we're seeing, it seems to me, are largely kind of employment replacing, and the kind of disruption that we're seeing has pretty serious implications on levels of employment. And I think with our public interest kind of aspects of sort of competition law, I think these kind of links between competition and kind of employment issues are really kind of profound in a setting like ours, and I suspect many other developing countries. I'll stop there for now, Tim.
Thanks, Imran. I think that then it follows to you, Alexi, as I suppose the work that you're doing with the BRICS Competition Law and Policy Center. Imran has raised starting to raise a lot of the features that developing market economies would face a lot more. So I think the same broad question would apply to you in that, do you think that we're now at the point of how should we intervene? And if so, what are your views on whether a different response is really required to account for the context or the perspective facing developing economies? I think certainly my understanding of the 1,200 pages written by yourself in the BRICS study seems to suggest that there is enough that warrants a different response. And perhaps you can also take us through which factors make it necessary for competition authorities to have a different policy stance in developing market economies.
Well, thank you, Timbalete, and thank you for having me. It's really like a pity that we can't be together in South Africa right now, but digital technologies still enabling us to participate in some sort of discussion, although not in person. And I think it's very important to talk about digital economy from developing countries' perspective. And thank you for mentioning the BRICS report, BRICS academic report, which we published last year on the side of the BRICS conference, which was biennial international BRICS conference. And apparently it was probably the last in-person event in competition law and policy before the COVID started. So still good memories though, and hope to repeat soon. So from developing countries' perspective, I think it's very important to understand that there is no global antitrust framework, and basically developing countries as jurisdictions, they somehow not included or to a certain extent excluded from the global governance system in terms of regulating the global economy and imposing rules on global economy. And understanding this, we have to see different kind of options which developing countries have. And because the whole architecture of digital economy which we have now was pretty much created by major jurisdictions, and those jurisdictions were Western jurisdictions like US and European Union. Now China is becoming kind of trying to challenge this type of dominant or hegemonic way of ruling the world. And so developing countries, they now in a very interesting position, they kind of trying to find out what is their role in regulating the global digital landscape. And here we see two types of response already being weighted by different countries. And one was mentioned by Christina in her brilliant presentation earlier this morning, saying that we see the upsurge of regulatory initiatives which are more or less speculating on a concept of sovereignty. sovereignty, autonomy, and there is a lot of discussion within like developing world how to fragment internet space, how to fragment the global digital space, so that we can kind of carve out, you know, certain segments where we still can impose certain rules. At least in Russia, it's very vibrant debate, and there are a lot of you know, advocates for this type of approach when you talking about sovereignization of internet, you know, taking control over certain parts of digital space. And this is I would say to a certain extent kind of lose-lose approach, because the global economy is losing because we have more fragmentation of the digital space. At the same time, developing countries also losing because they missing, you know, inclusion in the global economic cooperation. And another regulatory option, or option which now is available for developing countries, is trying to somehow create this global framework for regulating competition in the digital space. Because if we do not have competitive dynamic, competitive relations, competitive sphere in the digital sphere, then it actually making it less appealing for developing countries to be included in this, you know, area. So how we can protect competition and make it more, you know, healthier, make it fair, a more fair competition in the global digital space for developing countries. I see international cooperation is a key, and it's quite interesting that at the recent conference of UNCTAD conference on revision of the UN set on rules and UN set of rules and principles on competition, which happened just last month, also in virtual format, the section F of the UN set, which actually encourages countries to participate better in kind of international cooperative relations and building stronger international cooperation in competition law and policy domain, was kind of revitalized, and it became now a priority for UNCTAD. I think there is still potential for closer cooperation. Why international cooperation is important for developing countries in this sphere? Because actually what global corporations are doing is that to a certain extent doing arbitrage. When they either clearing their mergers or they facing some sort of antitrust investigations in terms of their conduct, they trying to kind of maneuver or steer different smaller jurisdictions so that those smaller jurisdictions can't really impose any sort of serious sanctions or kind of participate in the discussions on how the future of the marketplace should look like. So in developing countries, being closer, you know, in their cooperative framework can kind of collect or aggregate their bargaining power against the global giants, digital giants. They can also move, you know, and advance some sort of approach which would be more inclusive and enabling, you know, a landscape for digital economy, which is now heavily missing, because as was rightly put by Christina early on, that the digital economy became less enabling for smaller players and consumers and more like exploitative in terms of relations. So in this sense, I think international cooperation for developing countries, which could empower developing jurisdictions to become sort of rule makers in the digital global sphere rather than just rule takers, is a key for more inclusive and competitive digital economy. I think my time is out. Yeah, so.
Yes, I'd like to bring Andile back in, but I think we will further unpack actually the model you're talking about in terms of international cooperation, because I do think it informs a lot about what an appropriate response would be. Andile, you know, I think perhaps we can, and you've heard from other panelists, I do think that perhaps we can take account of the fact that some commentators have said, at least when we're talking about the South African experience, that digital markets and platforms are still perhaps relatively at a nascent stage or an early stage of development. You know, we do have the large global platforms, of course, but in terms of South African platforms, we are still perhaps at the early stage of that development. And that perhaps maybe in that light, some regulatory intervention, perhaps as we've heard from the other participants, might not be warranted right now. But I think, as well as maybe coming from the work that you previously did in the public sector, the challenge does remain greater access and uptake. So perhaps if we can get your views on the challenges that are faced intrinsic to South Africa in terms of the development of these digital platforms, as well as the other concurrent issue that we face regarding other players and access and greater uptake.
Thank you. Let me, please allow me to take a detour and talk about multilateralism in this cyberspace and this discourse and this debate, and then come back in a minute or so and talk about South Africa. I'm going to just use one anecdote. In the early 60s, when space was discussed, i.e. colonization of space, or what was then called the space race, developing countries were not there, right? Africa was not there. We were still colonized, okay? Today, we have no access to space resources. Some of us who build satellites and who want to launch them. The people who basically took most of the orbital slots, if I use the term, including in the arc of the African continent, right, are countries of the North, okay? So we have very little or no access. Whatever we want, we have to lease from them, right? What is now happening globally in the cyberspace, okay? Let me give an example. I'm part of a company that is the largest carrier of submarine traffic to the rest of the world from the African continent. We invested in submarine cables in both Atlantic and Indian Ocean, right? Now, what do we want to do? We want to access data centers in the rest of the world, in Europe, North America, Asia, basically. Instead, we would love those data centers to be in Africa, basically, because the biggest traffic of the internet today is inside a data center. So a consumer in Africa is paying more to communicate to the data center, basically that sits in Europe and North America, basically. But if that data center was in South Africa, we would pay less money, okay? So what I'm saying is the following. Everything I'm saying is to the interest of the African continent. The fact that we need to build this infrastructure here is to the benefit of the continent. There is a huge gap between developed countries and us in the cyberspace. And these interests, you find them in global discussions of the internet. I mean, interests begin to show themselves in the way people debate these issues. So my argument is the following, right? As Africa, I'm going to use the word, or emerging markets, really, we need to control, you know, the destiny of the internet. We need to control subsea cables, data centers, data, everything as private enterprises of emerging markets, right? And how do we do this? Of course, we will do this because we put in investment, we put in infrastructure, we put in all these things to be able to do this, okay? Now, at the present moment, we are at the early phase. I mean, in submarine cable, Africa has done exceptionally well. We are now in the data center space where Africa has to build as many data centers in West, East, Southern Africa for data of Africa to be in Africa to achieve that Pan-African, or, you know, what was talked about by the Secretary General at the beginning. So coming to South Africa, basically, we still have a lot to do between, for instance, you know, digital natives and digital immigrants, or between rural and urban, or between haves and have-nots in the digital space. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there. One, it's more an investment drive that needs to be put in. So we appreciate that government is looking at digital as a space, you know, for government to invest in, accompanied by private sector. So there is, I mean, that non-consumption market, if I borrow Clayton Christensen, that non-consumption market, we still need to do a lot of work. One, to lower the pricing of communications or access to the internet or digital products, but at the same time to roll out the infrastructure to reach almost all these areas where people have no access to the internet. I mean, universities, you might have seen when schools were not attending, and universities, how a lot of other people could not access education material because they have no access to these tools. The last point I want to put is the fact that, you know, the internet has been connecting humans, right? And we are 7.5 billion people today in the world, right? The next 10 years, the internet community is interested in connecting 50 billion things. That is what the debate is, to connect everything that exists in the world, right? Now, how are you going to regulate the connection of everything, basically? How are you going to regulate, you know, machine learning, artificial intelligence? I agree that if these things we are not careful, you know, there could be unintended consequences. But it is the collaborative model of what is called co-regulation that the internet community has been advocating for the last 20 years, that we need to work with the state, we need to work with governments in the way we address issues that negatively impact people, including issues of monopolies or duopolies or oligopolies, rather, in the internet environment. It cannot be, I mean, as I've said, this debate is more than 20 years. And the way in which we have to address it in 2020 going forward, I really would suggest that we look at, you know, the birth of ICANN, the birth of IGF, and how the basic architecture of the internet has been negotiated globally, instead of thinking that we can come in today in 2020 because of deep fake or fake news, or because of the things we see today, and think that we can be able to regulate them or create rules because we have seen what has been happening in the last 18 months. The speed at which things are moving in this game is too fast, and you will never have enough resources to be able to regulate this space, I can guarantee you. In particular with what is happening in the dark web and cybercrime that we see today, which, by the way, we are working and assisting Interpol and governments to fight cybercrime on the internet, as an example.
Thanks, Andile. That's very interesting points. And I think Imran, Andile is almost, it sounded like he was putting up a question or a challenge, dare I say, but how do we regulate these markets? You know, the very fast moving nature of these markets. He's also raised issues, I think, in relation to national champions arising and how Africa can carve a space for itself. And I just thought maybe I'd bring you back just to, as I suppose, as an adjudicator, one of these competition matters, but also just as given your broader perspective on other industrial policy initiatives that may be used or levers that may be used. What, firstly, a response to what Andile has questioned us about how do we regulate this? And then also, what challenges do you see as a regulator, or rather as an adjudicator, in our attempts to regulate competition in these markets?
So two thoughts. The first is that I kind of agree with kind of Andile that these are complex and fast moving set of issues, and I think we've got to kind of accept that our capacity to kind of regulate is perhaps less than it is in sort of countries in the north. And I think that there is a kind of important question about the kind of promotion of national or kind of African champions in this space. Kind of having said that, I would think that the appropriate approach, having learned from the type of policy issues that the kind of Europeans have had to deal with, is that it would be in society's interest in Africa for those national African kind of developing country champions to kind of emerge, but to emerge in a policy framework that is not going to that is not going to entrench the dominant economic powers that we have in our economy, and in a way where the kind of actions of kind of regulators is not going to lead to the creation of monopoly. So I think developing countries settings require a much more sophisticated and vigilant approach to this. The second point I want to make, and I was on the panel for the We Buy Cars case, so I shouldn't comment publicly on kind of any of the case matters itself. But I think I can safely say this: if we were to, so if I'd asked the question 3 years ago, which would be the case that would emerge in South Africa that would be the kind of important precedent-setting case for kind of dealing with kind of regulation of digital markets. My guess is not one of the 177 people who are here would have guessed that would come in the used car market. And I think the lesson from that is that what I think is interesting about that is that the types of cases that we're likely to see are ones where, like the We Buy Cars case, it raises issues about the nature of markets in developing countries. We have markets that are a lot less complete markets. So we have large numbers of incomplete markets with much more kind of asymmetries in kind of information and a lot more possibilities for powerful interests to use data to both promote their own kind of interests, but also potentially to exclude kind of other interests. And I think we're likely to see that in a number of other consumer markets as well. So I think the imperative for regulatory authorities in developing countries is, I mean, we're not, I don't think going to get the big cases that kind of deal with Amazon and so on, but we're going to get the cases which are much more complex in terms of the markets that we're dealing with. And I think that there's a much greater need for competition authorities to focus on those types of markets, because they potentially have much more important consequences for kind of prices, for consumer interests, for kind of economic growth issues, etc.
Thanks, Imran. Mike, perhaps if I can bring you back in. Yeah, Imran said something quite interesting in relation to, I suppose, the global giants, and that, you know, as South Africa, perhaps our big digital cases might not really be the ones that focus on those type of platforms for a variety of reasons, as he explained. I realized that the CMA has recently published, I suppose, its study into digital advertising, where the findings that are coming from that study seems to indicate that the CMA does at least concede that its current powers are not sufficient to allow for it to address a lot of the issues that they identified. Hence the recommendation to establish this digital markets unit, which will have powers that currently the CMA does not have. I just thought to bring you in here because as someone sitting in South Africa and as an investigator working on some of these cases, we do see the US and the Europeans as well as the CMA struggling, and you may correct me on the use of that word, with these cases. And you know, if maybe you can take us through some of the challenges that you are experiencing and what you think that may mean for us as digital, as developing economies that are now starting to be a lot more proactive in terms of how to deal with these cases.
Okay, so I mean, I slightly hesitate to talk about challenges in the sense that I recognise the challenges that we face in the UK may be very different from those that we face in developing countries, and of course there's that discussion about only 10% have got domestic internet access in South Africa and so on. So there clearly are a bunch of infrastructure issues which are incredibly important, but I'm afraid I don't have anything at this point to say about them. I'd also like to, I mean, Ndile makes the point that we can't regulate all of the tech. It's just going to be too big. And of course, there's an important sense in which that's right, and that's why we shouldn't try to do that. And so, but equally, where there's significant path dependence and someone's market position today is important in determining what they will be able to do to ensure their market position tomorrow, then we do need to do something. But we do need to do it with an significant element of humility in terms of understanding what we can do. And so we want to be focusing on facilitating the process of competition, absolutely not trying to regulate outcomes. To that extent, I do agree with Ndile. Look, I mean, I'm just going to talk about very quickly four challenges that we face. It seems to me are potentially relevant to something like South Africa. One, obviously, global competition is really important. Yeah, so global cooperation is really important. These are global companies. A lot of the concerns are common across all of the jurisdictions which they operate. So global cooperation is very important. That's tricky. That's definitely tricky. Second challenge is a challenge raised by where regulations or laws sort of conflict with each other. So what am I thinking of there? I'm thinking particularly of regulations around privacy, concerns that they might allow firms who already have the data, potentially the data within a wide ecosystem, to have a competitive advantage. And that is a problem where it appears that privacy and competition law are in conflict. Okay, two more challenges I think we face. Actually, the next challenge is less challenge we face, more challenge that the EU has faced, because they're the people who've taken on these big cases, which is competition law. So in Europe, Article 102 and 101 for us, our Competition Act laws are just too slow to deal with a lot of these issues. And Ndile talked about how 18 months makes a huge difference. These cases take forever, and these cases, even outside the tech sector, take forever. In the tech sector, where they're harder, they can take longer. So I have no idea how long all the Google cases have taken. But well over 10 years, and as Christina pointed out in her really excellent talk earlier, it's not clear they've been uniformly successful, those cases. And then the final point, which is again something you raised in your own consultation paper, is around merge control. So I think the challenge we face is merger control in this area has clearly been too lax. I mean, I don't think this. I mean, the Facebook WhatsApp was mentioned earlier. I mean, I think the Google DoubleClick acquisition, another problem, which even at the time, another merger that really shouldn't have been allowed. In a world in which we think that the harm from bad tech mergers, for instance, through as part of a development strategy or skill acquisitions, in a world in which we think that harm is potentially very large, we would want to intervene potentially to block those mergers on quite a low threshold of probability. This is a sort of idea that Jason Furman talked about in his inquiry in this area. And that's just not something that I don't think any jurisdiction can do at the moment. But that does seem to me that if we think there's a real problem with some of these mergers in the tech sector, and we don't think that the current laws allow us to really deal with those, two big ifs, then I think that is the real challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And then perhaps Alexi, personally as an investigator that's worked on some of these seminal cases that are being handled in the South African Commission, there have been some challenges that we faced, whether we're looking at a merger or even some abuse type of investigations, but particularly at least with the mergers that have a global scope, in that issues in touch of confidentiality waivers, for example, to allow for us to talk to other jurisdictions. And the fact that we have been told that even in our assessment of these mergers, a finding of substantial lessening in competition, or even discussion of remedies, we always are reminded that our jurisdictional reach is quite limited. So the effect would be insignificant, some of the arguments that are thrown at us. I think earlier you had mentioned a lot about greater need for international cooperation. And the BRICS study that is published has really outlined this a lot more in detail. I have a question though, that there are multilateral agreements that are in place currently. UNCTAD has one, OECD has one that previously we've all relied on and have tapped into, particularly when it comes to mergers that have a cross-border effect or cartels that have a cross-border effect. So my question to you would be, why do you think that these standing or established forums might not be sufficient to allow for the challenges that we are facing now with these digital markets? And just also maybe quickly to outline what about this new forum that I suppose you're proposing is different to the ones that we have previously relied on to help us with these cross-border type issues.
Thank you. Yeah, I do understand that currently we do not really have a global legal framework for protecting competition on a global scale. So all those fora that exist, they mainly doing recommendations, including like UNCTAD and OECD. They try to put together some of the authorities and synchronize their activity, but they do not impose rules on the global level. And that's what actually was initially designed by the United Nations agreements, set of United Nations agreements back in late 40s when United Nations was born. Actually, Havana Charter of 1948, which was actually constituting International Trade Organization that later in 90s turned into WTO, did include a provision to protect competition on global level. And those were compulsory provisions, compulsory rules, which countries and businesses had to comply with. And currently we have same time compulsory regimes, or I say like really acting laws in the sphere of IP protection. You have TRIPS in sphere of free movement of trade of goods and services, like GATT and GATS. All those treaties, they are like real laws, and they have to be complied with. In terms of protecting competition on the global scale, we don't have anything like this. We have only recommending, provisions. And what we see, and you rightly mentioned the story of global mergers, when big companies, they try to strategically apply to different jurisdictions, abusing to a certain extent their power to control confidentiality of information they share. Abusing in which sense? They do not share same set of information with different authorities. Also, to a certain extent, abusing, and I would use this strong word, procedural rules which exist in different countries, because different authorities have to follow different deadlines. And so they, for instance, apply to South Africa and wait until South African authority has to make a decision. And after a decision is published, they go to another authority, another developing country. So they effectively blocking any possible cooperation between jurisdictions, between South Africa and Russia, for instance. Yeah, and we saw it in a number of cases. So what we actually proposing is considering that it's not possible now to enter into universal international agreement, which would elevate protection of competition to the same level of global synchronization as protection of IP rights, for instance, or protection of other forms of, business interests. So we can't do it right now because negotiations within WTO framework actually failed in 90s, as we know, because the proposal was there, it was on the table, it was discussed together with TRIPS, but it was actually thrown away. So we can't do it right now, especially in the current context of, America first, China first, everyone is first. So it's very difficult to agree on something on universal level. But what we can do is we can agree on something on regional level, on level of, some sort of alliances like BRICS one. Or other regional alliances where some countries, like developing countries, would agree to at least 2 points. One point is synchronize their procedural rules and decided domestically to say, okay, if you're a global corporation, you come to us to get clearance for your merger, you have to apply simultaneously. You can't steer us, you can't manipulate, the deadlines and procedural rules. Like follow same type of set of rules, same type of procedures applying to all the jurisdictions which are concerned with this deal, which has an impact on these countries. And second thing is to agree on minimum level of cooperation, like sharing confidential information, sharing of some sort of, a strategic approach or vision methodology. And I think this type of cooperative framework, which we can build in regional sense, among developing countries, BRICS Plus model, when you have number of African countries can participate, number of Asian countries can participate, Eurasian countries can participate, and so on. So it would definitely level playing field and increase bargaining power of authorities against giants, because we do have now the disparity. And the last point I want to say is this: it's very important to differentiate regulations and protection of competition. I think in our discussion it was a little bit kind of confused in a sense, because I fully agree with Adil when he was saying, like, we can't really catch up with the technological change with regulations. We can't really impose, on the businesses regulation how to deal with big data, how to deal with artificial intelligence, stuff like this. It's almost impossible that we will be, proactively regulating the spheres. But what we can do, we can actually create level playing field and make it more inclusive, more like, competitive, so that all sorts of, companies can prosper, not only those which benefit from, enormous financial resources from Silicon Valley or, financial markets in US and so on.
I hear you, Alexei. It's a good thing that this is a virtual platform, because based on all the messages I get, I can just choose to ignore some instead of have people throw papers at me to look at the time. But I think it's very good points you've made there. And I think one of the platforms perhaps that can be used for greater cooperation is the African Free Trade Agreement that we heard about this morning, which would allow for at least African countries as a bloc to be able to ensure this cooperation that you speak of. Arthur, I think what we can do is maybe take the best question, because I do see that the questions are flying in. So if you can pick one question for us that perhaps all the panelists can respond to, and perhaps if the panelists can then just give us our closing remarks in terms of what you think can be prioritized by South Africa going forward. I will be a little bit stricter now and give you all perhaps maybe 45 seconds to wrap up your thoughts.
Okay, maybe, can I maybe just ask two questions, because there's one specific one that the commissioner wants to address. So maybe let's start with that one.
That's fine. Yes.
Okay, so this one is specific to Andile. Is for him to address this question of inclusive economy in terms of SMEs, and whether we should not be thinking of an African national champion on this. And I think the one that I'll ask to all the panelists then to speak about the distinction between the cost of transmission, infrastructure, and content app developers. The concern with Google is exclusionary conduct in the app and context space, and not in infrastructure, cables, and satellite. So the question is, where do data centers fit in this analysis?
Okay, Andile, you first, please.
Thanks. I saw the question from the commissioner. Great question. Yes, startups, SMMEs broadly is a very important, part of the ecosystem of digital markets or digital in general. Exactly, that's a great, very important question. I agree. there are a number in South Africa and in the continent, there are a number of incubators, there are a number of accelerators, basically. But I would say that what is important is to build an ecosystem around the startup and SMMEs, venture capital funds, both coming from financial institutions or private individuals, or for instance, VC funds supported quasi by the state or development institutions. It's a very, important aspect, funding in the digital environment, in particular startups and SMMEs. There is something that is happening, but not enough. I mean, both in South Africa and the continent. I mean, the biggest number of startups or SMMEs that we see are in the fintech space or e-commerce space. I mean, there are others that have grown significantly in the past few years, but more we need to do in that area, basically, as both public and private sector. My last parting shot is that we really need to look at more dialogue between, the digital industry and regulators. Regulators for competition, regulators for infrastructure, regulators of data, regulators basically, because remember, you have this distributed regulatory model within the state to deal with multiplicity of issues. There's a need for that, conversation, basically. The last question on intellectual property, I would refer you to a case that you must look at that was in New York about 20 years ago. Commissioner, we were fighting to get SouthAfrica.com, basically, and we went to WIPO in Geneva, we couldn't get that. And we went to courts in New York, we couldn't get that. It's owned by an individual. South Africa Online is owned by an individual under the .com domain, top-level domain architecture. What I'm trying to say is the following, that the IP environment or trademark environment in the digital space is very different. I mean, both globally in the way these things are managed. And it is that dialogue between us that we can be able to address these issues, including, the debate about data. The data debate now, or big data, it's about algorithms rather than data itself. And the ethics of algorithms and who controls them and where they are sitting in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Andile. I think maybe just to get some closing remarks from Mike, if maybe you can have anything to say about whether all the regulatory approaches that are being recommended in leading jurisdictions abroad, do you think finally, we've had 10 years of trying to eat at this apple or this big piece of cake a little bit, do you think there'll finally be a turning point that there is an impact in what can be done? And I think after Mike, perhaps if Professor Valodi, if you can also have a few thoughts too, in light of that question.
Okay, I'll be very quick. Do I think that quickly some sort of regulation can have an impact in the sector? Yes, I do. It's important that focuses on trying to level the playing field for new competitors being able to compete successfully. Why do I think we can be successful? I look at Microsoft, which is obviously still an incredibly strong company, but it's definitely had its wings clipped through regulation back in the late 90s and early 2000s, and it definitely changed its behaviour, and that was definitely to the advantage of consumers. So I am more hopeful than I think some panelists are. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Professor Valodia, your thoughts on this and whether more on what an appropriate stance may be going forward?
So two kind of closing thoughts. The first is, I think we set up a false dichotomy when we deal with this issue as a kind of trade-off between national or kind of African or kind of developing country interests in kind of promoting big players, or the kind of example of kind of data centers that we discussed. My view would be that yes, we need to promote those kind of interests, and there's an important role for public policy in promoting them. But I think the kind of evidence from much of South Africa's development, and I would venture elsewhere too, is that the process of kind of promoting those interests require them to work within a framework where there's rivalry within the domestic or the kind of African market. So for me, this is not a kind of question of a trade-off. I think there's a role for an adequate kind of regulatory framework that both kind of promotes national interests, but at the same time does that in a way which is going to create the space for competition to thrive. And I think there's a kind of really important role for the competition authorities and kind of generally kind of regulatory authorities in that space.
Thank you. And then Alexi, you literally have 2 seconds just to give us your closing remarks.
So I hope that developing countries' authorities would be more kind of enabled and empowered in this, I would say, fight. I mean, it's a sort of fight now, you know, it's like back old good days, you know, where Standard Oil was a target in US. Now I think on global scale, we are having these digital sultans and we have to do something. So that's basically my final remark. And I hope that we can do it at least on the BRICS level, or if we started with the BRICS, we can follow on and do it on a more global scale. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting debate.
Thank you, Alexi, and thank you to the panel. I think whilst we had planned for this plenary session to give us a lot more solutions about what we can do, I think we've all successfully raised a lot more questions and elements to this debate. And importantly, and thank you to Andile, particularly on giving us the perspective that as competition practitioners and regulators that we usually do not have the basis to take into fully account. Apologies for running late, but because we're all already at home and can have a cup of tea, it's not so bad. And I'll hand over back to Songezo or Nandi. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Thembalethu, together with your wonderful panel. I'm licking my lips at the opportunity of what lies in store as somebody who's actually a lawyer. So I might just think that IT law and related practice areas are something to look forward to, more especially when Mr. Ngabai said what he has said in relation to what the next 20 or so years might look like in relation to having 50 billion access points of connectivity in the realm of IT. Much to be said, of course, especially from a regulatory framework in that sense, and whether or not South Africa will be in a position to control this minefield that is the digital economy. Indeed, we are somewhat behind time, so here is the proposal. The time is now 11 hours 44, at least on my watch, so let's just say it's 1:45 midday. At midday, the academic session will start, so we'll give you, unfortunately, just 15 minutes as opposed to what was initially proposed. The academic session, instead of starting at 11:45, therefore will start at 12 hours and will go through until 13:15. Let this session not be precedent setting in any way in relation to time, but certainly, of course, it will be kept that way. 12 until 13:15, I beg your pardon, will be the next session. Let's take a 15-minute ad break now. Thank you, everybody.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 14th Annual Competition Conference. We're moving into the academic session now. It's the third academic session of the conference, and it's going to focus on merger control. We're running just a little bit behind on time, so we'll run the session from now until 1:15, which is when we're going to break for lunch. Again, let me say that we went through many papers that were submitted and selected the best quality papers for you for this session. These papers really are of a high quality, and we hope that you're going to enjoy the session. If you would like to ask questions of the panelists, please can you use the chat function? It should be at the bottom of your screen. We'll try to get through the questions as best we can. So let me introduce your moderator and discussant now. Dr. Rina Dasnayer is a senior researcher at the Center for Competition, Regulation and Economic Development. She's also a senior lecturer in the master's program at the University of Johannesburg. This is just a really short introduction to Rina, but you'll find her really impressive bio on the chat section a bit later in the session. Rina, can I hand over to you now?
Thanks. Thank you, Nandi, and thank you to the Competition Commission for inviting me to be a discussant in this very interesting session. I'd like to say a very few words before I introduce the speakers, and just to welcome everybody to the session on merger control, merger thresholds, and the failing firm. The papers in this session, as Nandi mentioned, are of exceptionally high quality, and they raise very important debates on the challenges that competition authorities are facing and are likely to increasingly face as a result of the economic crisis. We know that many businesses have been the casualty of the lockdown, and those that have survived with some form of temporary support from government and other sources face enormous challenges in recovering and growing once that support ceases, not least because of the depressed demand that they're going to face. So this is likely to translate into more failing firm defenses being put up in mergers that are filed at the Competition Commission. And in turn, this puts pressure on the competition authorities, not just in terms of resources, but also about the principles and the frameworks that they're going to use to analyze these measures to ensure that the correct outcomes result. And all of this is against, of course, a backdrop of a very severe economic crisis. And this is a challenge, as you'll hear the presenters speak, that is not just faced by South African competition authorities, but worldwide, as they weigh up whether they should continue with the stringent tests that have been previously applied under the failing firm defense, or whether there should be some changes, and indeed what those changes should be going forward. So 3 of our 4 presenters today will be discussing this topic in a lot of detail. Related to the increasing pressure that the competition authorities will face in merger evaluation, our 4th presenter will discuss the importance of setting the right merger thresholds, especially given the surge of mergers that may be coming the Commission's way. And this, as you can imagine, is a very delicate balance to ensure the optimum merger thresholds that reduce the burden on the Competition Commission without compromising stringent anti-competitive evaluations and assessments. So without raising concerns of under or over enforcement. And with that brief introduction, I'd like to introduce our speakers. We have first Kriska Leila Gulabjit. Kriska is legal counsel in the Legal Services Division at the Competition Commission. And Kriska's paper, which she has written with Romeo Kariga, is on failing firms and the evolution of the failing firm doctrine in South African competition law. After Kriska, we have Tabiso Pozwa. Tabiso is a graduate trainee in the Economic Research Bureau, and his paper, which he has co-authored with Kalirendwe Rananyeni, is around failing firms, business rescue, and reorganization and antitrust. Third, we have Kalirendwe Rananyeni, who is a principal economist in the Economic Research Bureau, and she has co-authored a paper with Tabang Ndlovu and Samantha Key, and the paper is around mergers in a failing industry, a case study of the ostrich merger. Last but not least, we have Samantha Key, who is also an economist at the Economic Research Bureau, and she has co-authored a paper with Rehma Luna, Yongama Njisani, and Sibuyise Mtiki, and this paper is around merger thresholds determination. So with that introduction, I'd ask Kriska to start with her paper presentation. Thanks, Kriska.
Thanks very much, Rina. I just want to share PowerPoint, but I The host has disabled me from screen sharing. I'm unable to share. It's fine, I'll just continue. So I'm presenting a paper that was written jointly by Romeo and myself on the doctrine of the failing firm. And just as a disclaimer, it reflects our personal views and not those of the Competition Commission. As most of us in the competition law sphere are aware, the doctrine of the failing firm has been discussed by competition regulators and stakeholders globally due to the COVID-19 pandemic, both from an administrative and substantive assessment perspective. The common theme being that there will be no relaxation of the stringent application and high evidentiary burden on the merging parties in the approach to the failing firm doctrine. Our paper explores the evolution of the failing firm doctrine in South Africa, its origins, how it has been incorporated into our jurisprudence, and how it has developed. By tracking the case law over the last 20 or so years, we have identified an opportunity for the doctrine to undergo a change in approach or application in order to better accommodate and enhance its effectiveness under the current legal framework in South Africa. The paper suggests and explores some measures of change to the approach, the doctrine, ranging from conservative to radical recommendations. I can share my screen. So to go back to the origins and to set the scene of the failing firm doctrine, the United States was the first jurisdiction to recognize and apply the failing firm defense. In the USA, it is invoked by merging parties as an absolute defense to an anti-competitive merger. In other words, if the merger impedes competition, but one of the parties is a failing firm, the merger should still be approved. The US horizontal merger guidelines provides guidance on how to assess a failing firm. Firstly, there should be an inability to meet financial obligations. Secondly, the inability to reorganize successfully under their Bankruptcy Act. Thirdly, unsuccessful attempts to solicit reasonable alternative offers to pose a less severe threat to competition. And finally, if the merger does not proceed, that the assets of the failing firm will exit the market. The EU has largely followed the lead of the USA. It is also an absolute defense. The basic requirement in the EU horizontal merger guidelines is that the deterioration of the competitive structure that follows the merger cannot be said to be caused by the merger. There are three cumulative criteria to be met, and the nuance between the US and the EU is that the EU has taken a more stringent application and restrictive interpretation of the doctrine. The failing firm has to prove that it would be forced out of the market. The EU has dealt with a handful of cases, and these are referenced in our paper. Other jurisdictions have largely followed the same approach of the US and EU with slight variations, but those are not material as the doctrine largely remains the same. Moving on to South Africa, Section 12A2G of the Competition Act gives statutory recognition to the failing firm doctrine. It is not a defense. It is a factor to be considered in the overall competitiveness assessment of a merger. What can be gathered from our review of the case law is that the South African competition authorities are inclined to balance interests as opposed to applying rigid formula. In other words, the assessment and application of the failing firm doctrine is flexible in the South African legal framework. The onus is on the merging parties to provide evidence to support their reliance on this doctrine. The leading case reflecting the tribunal's incorporation and treatment of the failing firm doctrine in South Africa is that of Iscor Saldanha. The tribunal set out a 7-point criteria that provides guidance on the current legal approach. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, I won't be able to traverse the criteria, but it appears in full in our paper and in our slides. However, our paper also demonstrates how the criteria set out in Iscor has been applied in various mergers following that decision. And in tracking the case law for the last almost 20 years, the main guidance gleaned on the doctrine and its application in South Africa is the following. Assessment is on a case-by-case basis, taking into account the specific facts of merger and what evidence has been presented. It is not only the merging parties that can raise the failing firm doctrine. If a firm is in de facto liquidation, it is a failed firm. Financial decline or distress does not equate to a failing firm. It is not necessary to show that a firm has already failed. Evidence is key to substantiate likely failure. Failure also need not equate to insolvency. And finally, alternative offers to purchase need to be on the table at the time when the merger transaction was concluded and not at some indeterminate time in the future. The paper provides more details on the cases that illustrate the principles that I've just gone through quite quickly. And just to summarize the requirements in South Africa for the failing firm doctrine to have application, and this has been drawn from the jurisprudence that's fully explored in our paper, the following factors must be proved cumulatively by the party raising the doctrine. Firstly, that the firm is likely to fail or has failed. Secondly, other alternatives to save the firm were properly exploited before the merger was concluded. Thirdly, there was no alternative purchaser that would result in a less anti-competitive outcome. And finally, that the assets of the failing firm would exit the relevant market absent the merger. Moving on to the counterfactual, the analysis of the counterfactual is essential in assessing whether a firm has failed or is likely to fail. In failing firm scenarios, the counterfactual is as follows. If a party to a merger will, but for the merger, inevitably exit the market in the short term, the merger can have no adverse impact on competition. The CAC has made it clear in the Pan-Seed merger that a blind eye cannot be turned to the reality of a situation when developing the relevant counterfactual. This reflects that a counterfactual can only be developed on the facts and evidence on hand. In the recent Senvest merger, there was disagreement on the relevant counterfactual between the Commission and the merging parties. The reasons for decision are still to be issued, and we are eagerly awaiting to read the tribunal's stance and reasoning on the counterfactual. Romeo will speak to the counterfactual issue in more detail during our discussion session, given his hands-on involvement in this merger. And then just going on to our recommendations, which form the crux of our paper. Firstly, we are of the view that the Commission, as an immediate and direct response to the pandemic and failing firms or firms that are likely to fail, could place more weight on the failing firm factor in the Section 12A2 assessment, given the context of the impact of COVID-19 on the already dire state of the South African economy. And in doing so, the competition authorities will need to take account of our hard lockdown and the staged reopening of various sectors. So industries have been affected differently. The impact of the pandemic and recovery will be nuanced. And then public interest considerations become key. And this may be a more appropriate manner in which to assess the effects of the failing firm, for example, employment. As a stakeholder in government economic policy, the competition authorities will have to be aware of how its merger decisions will affect the policy of rebuilding the economy and how approving a merger on this failing firm doctrine will create a future in that sector of the market in the long term. The economic agenda of the ministry and ultimately the presidency should also be considered. There are bigger interests at stake than just rigidly applying the failing firm doctrine. Secondly, our position is that the timeframes for assessment should not be shortened. This could really lead to unforeseen and undesirable longer impacts in the market. The failing firm factor cannot be used to address short-term difficulties. There needs to be a history of financial demise and evidence to support this. So we go on then to explore a more proactive approach, which is a suggestion for the Commission to issue guidelines in terms of Section 79. For example, this could provide guidance on the evidence to be submitted and how a merger that relies on this failing firm doctrine will likely be assessed. Guidelines will give a level of certainty and comfort to the merging parties as to what information to provide upfront, which could be more efficient in terms of the process with the Commission and its assessment. Cooperation on the provision of the information is key in order for the Commission to conduct its vigorous and rigorous assessment timeously. This recommendation will obviously require robust stakeholder engagement. We then explore a more radical approach, which is for the Minister to issue regulations in terms of Section 78, which would allow perhaps a less stringent evidentiary burden to raise the failing firm doctrine for a predetermined period, pandemic specific, which timing would be premised on predictions of anticipated recovery of the economy in various sectors and industry. Again, going back to the hard lockdown and the graded reopening of industries in our economy. So the regulations could list the bare minimum evidence that would be required to be placed before the competition authorities and set a reasonable time in which the target firm should approach viable purchasers, given the urgency of the financial distress and the ultimate failure of the firm. The proposed regulations could also address the issue of government funding, to what extent this has been or should have been utilized. And again, we are well aware that this recommendation would require robust stakeholder engagement. And then finally, the most radical recommendation is to amend the current legislation in order to better clarify the legal tests to be met and set a statutory standard contextual to the South African economy for merging parties. This would call for an in-depth engagement with the already well-established tests in the US and EU, as well as other jurisdictions, in order to determine what would best suit the South African legal landscape. Again, policy issues and high-level governmental strategy for the economy, as well as the agenda of the presidency in relation to rebuilding the South African economy, would have to be taken into account. Over and above all our recommendations, we must always refer back to the preamble and the objectives of the Act in order to best achieve its purpose and aims. And then just in conclusion, it is not all doom and gloom for fading, flailing, floundering, and failing firms. There's definitely certainty and guidance in the current jurisprudence on the legal criteria and tests to be met, the evidentiary burden, and the owners. From our exploration in the paper of the case law, it does appear that assessments are conducted on a case-by-case basis, taking into account specific facts and evidence. Secondly, there's a balancing exercise between the failure versus the anti-competitive effect of the merger. And finally, that the application of the doctrine is dynamic and flexible. The gist of our paper centers around the distinguishable feature of the failing firm doctrine, that it is not an absolute defense in South African law, but merely a factor in the competitiveness assessment. Therefore, in conclusion, our paper calls for a revolution to the approach of the application of this doctrine in order to better accommodate and enhance its effectiveness, pandemic or not. And if you have any queries, suggestions, or comments on our paper or slides and wish to engage further, our details appear on that last slide. Thank you very much.
Thanks, thank you, Kriska. And I think it was a very insightful paper. I'll provide my comments at the end of the session. And thank you especially for sticking to time. As I call upon Thabiso to put his presentation up, I just want to remind the attendees to post any questions or comments in the Q&A box on the screen and not on the chat function. Thank you. Go ahead, Thabiso, thank you.
Hi, thanks very much. Thanks, Rina. Just thanks to the panelists and everyone just for being here and having us. Just firstly, I'd just like to say that I've elected to have a discussion as opposed to a PowerPoint presentation, just given the time constraints and limitations, and just wanted to just highlight some of the major themes that are discussed in the paper. Now, it's just important to note that given financial and economic crises and difficulties, liquidations and insolvencies tend to increase. I reference the 2008-9 financial crisis, whereby we saw that both liquidations as well as insolvencies increased during that 2008 to the 2010 period. Now, it's therefore anticipated that increasingly firms will be filing mergers under the failing firm defense. Now, Kriska has done a fantastic job in detailing the evolution of the failing firm defense, and so I won't go into much detail about that, just the history of it. But the paper does discuss both the US criteria as well as the EU criteria and mechanisms that are required to be met when relying on the failing firm defense. However, I just wish to point out that both the US as well as the EU jurisdictions, the failing firm test, the criteria is more or less similar if you look at both the criteria, just in that it's similar, not exactly the same, but it's similar. It's just that under the US guidance, there's an additional criteria there that speaks specifically to reorganization. Now it needs to be shown that that reorganization of a firm would be unsuccessful. And that's a requirement that's not really there in the EU, under EU guidance. Now, the paper that I wrote with my co-author, Kalirendwe Raninyeni, also makes mention of cases that assisted in shaping how failing firm mergers are viewed in South Africa, namely the Iskor Saldana Steel case, as well as the Santam Emerald merger. Now, these cases are important because they spell out just the requirements to be assessed, which include reorganization, the reorganization criteria as listed in based on the US criteria. Now, the paper that I wrote with my co-author provides, it has illustrative examples of recent merger filings that were assessed by the Competition Commission for firms relying on the failing firm defense. The three cases are the Sadevest Bell transaction, the Kind Choppies SA transaction, as well as the Alroad Vardex transaction. Now, the test stance that my co-author and I chose to adopt was the US stance, and just based our criteria based on the US, since there were more criteria to be met. Now, what you'd find that just in assessing those mergers, we find that competition authorities or the Competition Commission has done an exceptional job with regards to most of the criteria. If I could just take you through them with regards to the first criteria, the alleged failing firm being unable to meet its financial obligations in the near future. Now, there the Commission has done fantastic in that it's gone on to look at financial metrics that point to the likelihood of a fail being unable to meet its financial obligations. More so, Commission also adopted an approach whereby they don't just look at ratios just for the sake of looking at ratios, but they actually look at the meaning behind the ratio. It shows great understanding of the finance behind that. For instance, if you look at the financial obligation, now financial obligation, according to international financial reporting standards, speaks to liabilities, which would require an assessment of a firm's gearing ratios. But both short-term and also long-term, more so long-term, if you look at gearing ratios, such as your debt-to-equity ratios and the like, short-term ratios such as your current ratios, your asset test ratios, they're also good in assisting in just trying to find out whether the firm is failing in the short run, or the substantiality of the financial distress or obligation of the firm. Now, in terms of the second criteria as well, unable to whether the firm has made unsuccessful efforts to source alternative efforts. Now, the Commission has gone and looked at alternative bids, and as well as in the Alroad Vardex merger, the Commission is as far as just assessing the values of the offers that have been posed. Because it's one thing getting an offer, but then it's something else when you actually interrogate the value of that offer, whether the offer is competitive in itself. For example, you might find that a firm is valued at between 100 million to 120 million. But then if you get an offer for 200 million and you have to compare that to an offer from a smaller player that's more closer to the fair value points, you might find that it assists in interrogating the competitiveness of the offers. Now, also just another point that my co-author and I assessed was whether the assets of the firm would exit the markets. Now, my co-author and I found that that's the criteria that most firms have struggled to meet. We found that it's difficult to meet that criteria. For instance, in the Sadevest transaction, those were silos. Now, grain storage, some assets are for use, particularly within a certain markets or within a sector or market structure. And it's unable to exit and be used for anything else other than, for instance, grain storage. Now, what my co-author and I also found was that the reorganization criteria has gone unassessed, or hasn't been. Merging parties haven't always provided and haven't mostly spoken to reorganization. And we understand that the reorganization criteria speaks a lot to the bankruptcy acts in the US, and that doesn't apply to South Africa based on jurisprudence, based on jurisdiction, my mistake. However, if you had to be that strict, you could similarly look at the Companies Act, which my co-author and I mentioned. We look at the similarities between both the Companies Acts, particularly Chapter 6, Business Rescue, and we compare that to the Bankruptcy Act. And we find that there are lots of similarities. For instance, just in terms of the objective of reorganization, rehabilitating a firm so that it continues to operate as a going concern, the enlisting of a business rescue practitioner, as well as voluntary and mandatory business rescue filings. Now, the paper further goes on to list additional sources of evidence that are available to both merging parties as well as competition authorities, just to assess, just to look at in terms of assessing whether a firm has indeed gone and tried to reorganize. For instance, we make reference of International Financial Standard IFRS 13, which is a standard on non-current assets held for sale and discontinued operations, which directly speaks to the measures and mechanisms that identify whether there has been any sort of reorganization or attempts to reorganize. And yes, we also speak about IFRS 5 as well, just in assessing alternative buyers, just to look at the comparativeness of those offers that have been presented. So yeah, that's pretty much just the key points that have been raised in the paper that I wrote with Kali. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Thabiso. Some very important points raised about certain areas or areas of assessment that have been, I'd say, underutilized or sort of not given the kind of limelight as they could, and it certainly points towards strengthening the provision going forwards. If we could move on to Kali next and go straight into the third paper.
Kali, if you can unmute.
Thanks, Rina, and thanks everybody for attending this session. The paper that I wrote with other colleagues of mine is titled Mergers in a Failing Firm, a case study of the ostrich merger. This paper was co-authored by Samantha Key and Thabang Ndlovu, and I'd like to just put a disclaimer that the views contained in this paper are our own and not that of the Commission or of RBB Economics. The paper really had two objectives. The first was to start a debate on the extent to which competition authorities should sympathize with firms in failing industries. The second objective was really to illustrate two tools, specifically the different pricing pressure models that competition authorities could rely on when presenting such cases to the tribunal. So as I said, the paper is really a case study of the ostrich merger, and I'd like to give a brief background of the merger. So this was a merger between Cape Karoo, Klein Karoo and Mostrich, which was notified on the 22nd of August, 2018. After a detailed assessment, the Commission prohibited this merger, after which the merging parties filed an application of consideration to the tribunal, and the tribunal approved this merger with conditions in mid-August 2019. So this paper was a very good case study, especially for this topic on failing firm and failing industry, particularly going to Kriska's paper that talks about the counterfactual. In this merger, it was common cause between the merging parties and the Commission, and actually the tribunal also noted that there was a significant decline in ostrich volumes. Since 1993, there'd been a large exit of ostrich farmers It was recorded in 2011, for example, that there were 400 farmers, whereas in 2018, there were only 200. There was also a drought in the Karoo that also contributed to the exit of farmers, and also an avian influenza that affected the industry by bans that were imposed on export of raw ostrich meat, which also limited the production of ostrich meat. So it was common cause that this industry was in some sort declining. However, what the dispute was with the counterfactual, in that the merging parties' view was that the parties would eventually exit as they were in a declining industry. There was no evidence on financial distress on either of the parties or any of the firms in the sector. So there was no way the failing firm test, as highlighted by Kriska or Taviso, would have been successful on any version. Neither of the criteria would have worked. As such, in its decision, the tribunal conditionally approved the merger, and it noted that the conditions in the industry, so the drought, the decline in ostrich volumes, the exit of farmers, contributed in its decision. However, it wasn't clear how that falls into the assessment of measure control. So as a result, the paper wishes to start a debate on exactly how should competition authorities be thinking about mergers in a failing industry where the firms themselves are not failing. Is this part of the counterfactual, or is there somewhere else where competition authorities need to be creative in bringing this into the assessment? So the paper goes into case precedents, trying to understand, had there been similar transactions in the past and what had competition authorities done? We found the CDT merger where the industry on CDs had been declining. However, the nice thing in that merger was that the one firm was in financial difficulties and it was easy for the merging parties to meet the criteria. So that was still different to the case at hand. So I think what the paper really tries to do is to say competition authorities should not use the failing firm defense loosely. And in that we mean we shouldn't be approving mergers in failing industries, sympathizing with them, using merger control, as that changes the structure of the market permanently. And we should rather be using other instruments or other policies, instruments such as exemptions, policies such as industrial policy, to address any temporary distress that firms in failing industries may be facing. The paper also went into detail and provided some empirical tools that authorities could use to strengthen the evidence on anti-competitive effects, and these are the GAPI and the UPP. I won't go into detail of what the assumptions of these are, that you can find in the paper, but in a nutshell, the results we found were that the UPP estimates were positive for all parties and for all efficiency parameters, which means in interpretation that there's a likely unilateral effect that arises from the merger. We did this by ostrich meat, we did this by ostrich meat cuts, as that was a big debate in the case. We also looked at the GAPI, and similarly, the GAPI also supports the results of the UPP in that all the GAPI estimates were positive and greater than 25%. And this was also considered by ostrich meat as a market, and also considered by ostrich meat cuts as a market, as that was a big debate in the case. So I think just in conclusion, as I've said, the paper really argues for competition authorities to be more vigilant than ever and not sympathize with merging parties on the basis that they're in a declining industry, because industries are going to be declining, and that is usually because of a temporary structural break that brings temporary distress, and markets will always go back to their competitive nature. Thank you, Rina.
Thanks very much, Kelly. I think that brings in a sort of slightly different perspective from the first paper that warrants a different treatment of the failing firm doctrine. So this will make for good debate at the end of the session. If I can call upon Samantha to present the last paper on merger thresholds.
Thank you, Rina. I'm just going to quickly share my slides. Okay, perfect. So good day, everybody. Today I will be presenting a paper on merger threshold determination on behalf of my colleagues and co-authors, Yongama Njasane, Rahma Lerner, and Sibuyise Mtiki. Before I begin, I'd like to note the following. The views, findings, and recommendations expressed in the paper and presentation belong solely to the authors and do not represent those of our employer or any other institutions that we belong to. So, mergers and acquisitions, by their very nature, tend to permanently alter the structure of markets by enabling firms to acquire market power or by distorting competition. In this context, an important feature of many jurisdictions' merger control policy is the appropriate determination of merger notification thresholds. In this respect, the primary objective of this paper was to identify the impact on institutional efficiency and effectiveness of South Africa's merger notification thresholds, by specifically looking at a sample of notified mergers to the Competition Commission. First, we evaluate the current thresholds in limiting the occurrence of type 1 error costs, which we view as a proxy for institutional efficiency, as well as limiting the occurrence of type 2 error costs as our indicator for institutional effectiveness. Type 1 errors refer to the costs that amount to a wasteful use of institutional and third-party resources, that is the human and financial capital required during notification and investigation whenever a non-problematic, sorry, I think my slides are only sharing now, sorry. So type 1 errors, so it's the wasteful use of scarce resources whenever a non-problematic merger is notified. In terms of type 2 errors, these are those costs related to the loss of consumer welfare whenever a problematic merger transaction goes unnotified. For the main analysis of our paper, we evaluate the likely impact on South Africa's merger control regime should the current thresholds be changed. We base the changes on a scenario-based benchmarking approach. The benchmarking exercise consists of a cross-country comparison, as well as a historical comparison based on the past experience of the Commission. I won't go into too much detail on the cross-country comparison, just for the sake of time. However, I would like to acknowledge the World Bank Group, who provided their threshold estimations, which are used as one of our scenarios. So next, I'll briefly highlight South Africa's current and historical thresholds, as well as how mergers are classified. The two tables show the merger thresholds and filing fees over time. The red font below represents the current merger thresholds and filing fees. So in terms of South Africa, merger thresholds are based on either the annual asset and turnover values generated by the target firm and the combined firms. South Africa also makes use of two different threshold values, a lower and an upper value for both the target and combined firms. In terms of the lower threshold, this determines whether the notifiable merger will be classified as an intermediate merger, and the upper value or upper threshold determines whether the merger will be classified as a large merger. The Commission also has a classification for a small merger, where small mergers are voluntary or notifiable at the request of the Commission. In terms of the merger filing fees, these are only applicable for large and intermediate mergers, which generates additional resources for the Commission. Notifiable mergers are also further categorized by the Commission based on the complexity of the merger. So the Commission has 3 phases in this regard, where phase 1 mergers are not complex and deemed unlikely to give rise to anti-competitive effects. Phase 2 mergers are complex with some overlap between the merging parties' activities and may give rise to competition and public interest concerns. And phase 3 mergers are defined as very complex and require a more in-depth review. In terms of the efficacy of the current thresholds, we evaluated a total of 1,080 mergers notified over the period 2016 to 2018. Given the current thresholds were implemented from the 1st of October onwards, it does not have an impact on those mergers notified after that date. You'll see from the figure on the right, the changes to the notifiable intermediate mergers adjusted for the current thresholds. The table below shows the outcomes of these non-notifiable intermediate mergers, where a total of 53 intermediate mergers would not have been notifiable, 49 were approved, 3 approved conditionally, and 1 prohibited that would not have been notifiable. From this, we concluded the current threshold adjustments appear to have resulted in few negative consequences in terms of type 2 errors, given the few problematic mergers that would be non-notifiable, while type 1 errors continue to persist, given the few approved mergers that are lost. Next, using the adjusted period based on the current thresholds, we evaluated the number of notified mergers that would be impacted by a change to the current merger thresholds. The point of this analysis is to determine the most appropriate thresholds that would likely result in the reduction of notifiable mergers to the Commission, without limiting the number of mergers with competition and/or public interest concerns from escaping merger control. The table highlights the scenarios that we looked at when evaluating the potential increase to the current thresholds. We looked at 4 broad scenarios. So in terms of the first scenario, we looked at an increase to only the target firm's thresholds, where we increased the target firm's threshold by 5, 10, 15, and then 20%. Second, an increase to only the combined firm's thresholds, by increasing it by 10, 20, 30, 40, and 45%. And third, we looked at an increase to both the target and combined firms thresholds by a 15% increase to the target firm and a 20% increase to the combined, or a 40% increase to the combined firms. Fourth, we used the World Bank Group's proposed thresholds to only the intermediate merger thresholds. They provided 3 different estimations. In this regard, it's important to note that the World Bank Group estimates are substantially higher than our more conservative scenarios. Our general findings show that there would be a slight decrease in notifiable intermediate mergers across our various scenarios. For example, between a 2.3 to a 9.3% drop for an increase to only the target firm thresholds, up to about a 14.6% drop for a 15% increase to the target and a 40% increase to the combined. Most of the intermediate mergers that are dropped were approved unconditionally, with a few which were approved with conditions abandoned or were withdrawn, and with our scenarios, none were prohibited. However, this picture changes when we assess the impact of the World Bank's estimated threshold increases, which leads to a number of intermediate mergers that would be non-notifiable, with many more problematic mergers that are dropped under the scenario. Under each scenario, we took a closer look at the problematic mergers that would no longer be notifiable. That is, we looked at the mergers approved with conditions, abandoned, withdrawn, and prohibited. For this, we specifically looked at the conditions applied to the conditionally approved mergers, as well as the phase of the merger and the sector in which it impacted. Our findings show that many of the mergers that were conditionally approved had mainly public interest concerns related to employment, while the others with competition-related conditions involve both structural and behavioral conditions such as divestment, restraint of trade clause amendments, local supply procurement type conditions, and conditions relating to information exchange. Lastly, we also evaluated the potential impact on the Commission's revenue generated from merger filing fees. I won't go into great detail on this, but reducing the number of notifiable mergers could have a big impact on the Commission's budget. And based on our 2016-2018 observation period, the Commission would have to increase its filing fees quite significantly to maintain the same level of revenue during that period, which in itself may place further constraints to business. But this is highlighted in greater detail in our paper. Lastly, so to conclude, our overall findings suggest that few problematic mergers would not be notifiable under our tested scenarios based on the 2016 to 2018 observation period, although our scenarios do suggest a reduction in type 1 errors with few type 2 errors incurred. It is still, however, important to point out the limitations of the benchmarking approach, this being the reliance on historical data, which we acknowledge is not representative of the current reality of the unprecedented times that we are living in. This is especially true given the sustained decline in South Africa's economy, both prior to and from the COVID-19 pandemic. That is, if we consider the current economic climate and the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on business, the Commission is likely to be inundated with far fewer but more complex merger transactions going forward. In addition, many of these transactions may fall under the current thresholds as businesses seek to divest non-essential operations or perhaps even exit. In terms of this, it is warranted to perhaps err on the side of caution and take a more conservative or alternative approach to reforming current merger thresholds as to not distort competitive dynamics and ensure that competition and public interest can be enhanced or maintained for future. This is especially dire given that many sectors in South Africa are highly concentrated. So our recommendations from our study or our paper are as follows. We propose the development of a sector-based threshold. So for instance, for specific designated sectors, we could look at having a separate threshold for them, especially those that might raise competition concerns. Competition authorities may also look to introducing alternative metrics, such as the setting of or the adoption of a transaction value-based metric, where the actual purchasing price of the target company or assets are used as part of the thresholds. This is especially useful for merger transactions where assets and turnover values of the companies are too low to trigger mandatory notification, but the transaction may have significant competition effects. An example of this is, for instance, the digital market space. The Competition Commission may also look to adopt a more stringent and robust initial merger screening mechanism to identify early on those mergers that would not be problematic versus those that would require more in-depth review. In addition to this, the competition authorities may also look into amending the allocated merger investigation period by extending the evaluation times on mergers that are more complex, that is based on the phase of the merger, regardless of the size, which is our current practice. So that wraps up our presentation. Thank you, Rina.
Thank you, Samantha. If you could just share the screen, that would be great. Thank you. So while Samantha does that, first, a very big thank you to all the presenters and for the papers. The papers are so rich with so much detail and so much information. It's just not possible to do it justice in 10 minutes each. So well done to the presenters for bringing together the crux of the papers. And I think the participants would really benefit from reading the papers. They are really very detailed and very thorough. So with that, I would like to have a little bit of a discussion on each of the papers. So it's in the form of comments on the papers, as well as posing some questions to the presenters, as well as the other authors. And then we'll give a chance to the various presenters or the other authors to respond to some of those comments and questions. And then lastly, we'll take some of the participants' questions. So starting with the first paper that Kriska presented, I think this is such an excellent, very thorough, well-documented record of the treatment of failing firm doctrine in South Africa. It talks about the origin, right through the evolution of how it has been applied, raises consistencies and contradictions that have arisen in the application over time. And I think it's an excellent paper to sort of refresh ourselves on what has happened with the failing firm doctrine in the past few years. It also speaks extensively of the international application of the failing firm doctrine. And I think here is where the main debate arises. It's clear that several jurisdictions internationally have sort of noted that they're going to continue to apply the existing framework to assess failing firm mergers. And this, as the authors have noted, and in fact, the other authors have noted as well, is quite stringent. So there will be no relaxation of adjustments as a result of COVID. So what this means is that there's still a high evidentiary burden on the merging parties if this higher standard or the more stringent standard is maintained. The big question that the paper raises, of course, is this a good time for South Africa to take forward or change the failing firm doctrine in this sort of setting of the crisis? And how could it possibly do so? This is what the authors are trying to bring across. And they've listed, as Kriska said, many conservative and a few radical approaches which the authorities can take. So in other words, the spirit of this paper is around a scope for the evolution of the failing firm doctrine. And I think this is very much in line with the sentiments that have been expressed throughout this conference, that competition policy needs to be more flexible and needs to adapt to situations, needs to adapt, of course, to countries or country-specific contexts, but also situations. So this paper, the spirit of this paper is very much in line with some of the other debates that we've heard part of this conference. I want to ask Kriska, the heading of the paper, the title of the paper is around fading firms. And I noticed that the word fading doesn't appear anywhere else in the paper. So I wanted to ask her if that is synonymous to the concept of flailing firms, which is not a firm that's necessarily failing, but is a firm that's facing significant difficulties, which impairs their ability to effectively compete in the future. And I think it's important to make that distinction because it might call for a different standard in assessing fading or flailing firms relative to failing firms. But I think you mentioned that towards the end of your presentation, that you are kind of looking at it collectively. So just moving on to the measures that the paper suggests, and I think here are where most of my questions are. I think the first measure that the paper suggests is around giving more weight to the failing firm assessment under 12A. And I think that's fairly uncontroversial. I think that's something that our authorities and the paper very nicely puts forward. Our authorities have room to be flexible around how they treat the assessment of failing firms under 12A. The paper gives examples of what kinds of things that could be looked at in giving more weight to the failing firm assessment under 12A. Perhaps what might be a little bit more controversial is assessing or looking at the effects of failing firms under the public interest leg of merger evaluation. And I think this is an interesting proposition. And of course, we know that we're likely to be faced with a flood of mergers. And one of the main areas that is going to come up is employment. So the authors suggest that we might look at the public interest leg to deal with some of the effects of failing firms. But my concern here is that would this encourage opportunistic mergers, right? So if there is a perception that the burden of proof is somewhat lower in the public interest assessment, especially around showing employment implications, would you now kind of open the floodgates for very opportunistic mergers, sort of large firms swallowing up smaller players, etc.? And this links to the increase in the probability of type 2 errors or not prohibiting mergers that should be prohibited. And then I guess this also links back to the point of if we already have that flexibility under our section 12A, it might be just about using this flexibility a little bit more boldly. We can put a heavier weight on the assessment of 12A. And I think the paper very nicely shows how tribunal decisions have allowed for that flexibility. It allows for the balancing of the interests, and it's not about rigidly applying a particular formula. Then the paper goes on to talk about other types of interventions, or other types of changes that might happen. And they talk about the temporary regulations, which Kriska mentioned, about the DTI issuing temporary regulations specifically for the period under concern, with some projection looking forward of how long the difficulty that the firm or the industry might be in. Again, I think having that might increase the risk of, again, those kind of opportunistic mergers, or increase the risk of type 2 errors, although I acknowledge that the authors do mention this in their paper. So we might have a phase or period of time where problematic mergers go through because of a less stringent assessment or a lower evidentiary burden, and this has long-term consequences on the structure of the market. And lastly, the paper talks about the radical approach, which is amending the current legislation to make it clearer what the tests are to be met under the failing firm doctrine. My sort of concern about this is that it might take away some of the flexibility that's currently there in the interpretation of the failing firm assessment under 12A, and having this sort of amended legislation might make it more rigid in a sense. So those are just some of the concerns or some of the points of interest, I think, that I have on this paper, and it would be good if the paper is being further developed to try and address some of these. I guess this is a question that I'm posing to all three presenters who spoke about failing firms, and I think it was brought up quite nicely by Kali in her presentation, is just sort of going back a step to the international approach, or the approach of international jurisdictions on failing firms. And I think internationally, as all the papers have said, the position is that this is not the time to relax merger evaluation. In fact, merger policy should be tightened rather than relaxed during the crisis. And the thinking behind that really is that the firms that are struggling are usually your smaller players. And if these smaller players are sort of gobbled up by the bigger players, you have a bigger problem going forwards in terms of high levels of concentration and a much weaker competitive fringe. So the consensus that I see emerging in international jurisdictions is around other forms of support. And the kinds of support that have been raised are around state aid or government support for small firms to help them to kind of remain resilient as far as possible, as opposed to allowing them to have a recourse to the failing firm defense. And this kind of also prevents kind of eating up effective competitors and the implications of that in the long run. So my sort of broad question to all the three panelists that talked about failing firm, would this be a better solution, or at least an alternative solution, to ensure that the small firms survive? And like I said, Kali raised it in terms of the industrial policy tools that might be available to support small firms so as to not lower the stringent requirements for the failing firm defense. And this is much more from a long-term perspective. I think what I'll do is I'll go through the comments for all the papers, and then I'll let the authors give some responses to the ones that were specific to their papers. So moving to the second paper by Thabiso and Kali around, I think I'm just going to focus on the one area which I thought really popped out for me, and that was the kind of underutilization of a possible additional test or an additional tool in the South African situation. And that is around the question of the evidence around reorganization. And I think this is quite an important point, especially given the question that I just posed earlier, to ensure that there are no opportunistic mergers happening during this period. How can we use the tools that we have, or tools that have been used in other jurisdictions, and in fact, tools that the tribunal has alluded to that might be important when we're looking at the failing firm defense. So in a way, a little bit in contrast to the first paper, it's more about how we can use the existing framework as it is and how we can strengthen that rather than amend it in any way. So this kind of calls towards, I suppose, a more stringent testing of the failing firm doctrine. So I thought that the paper presented very useful findings on the analysis of 3 recent mergers to show or rather show that it didn't use reorganization criteria as one of the legs to the tests. Thabiso has talked about the 3 mergers that were chosen. He went into detail of the types of measures that were used around financial decline, the efforts to find alternative buyers, etc. And then he explained how the reorganization test wasn't really, it's not something that the merging parties put forward readily. And he alluded to the fact that that might be because it's typically associated with the US's Bankruptcy Act. I think quite a strong contribution of the paper was how our Companies Act has provisions that are synonymous to the US Bankruptcy Act, which could also be a way in which we test whether they really have tried to reorganize the business in the best way possible under the circumstances. And once again, it's potentially a good way to make it more difficult for opportunistic mergers. And this is a point that perhaps could be made stronger in the paper. But my question to the authors is, have they considered what the cost of this would be for the failing firm? Is it, are they, given the time pressures and the environment that we're in, having to show that they've been through sort of the process of business rescue or however it's phrased in the Companies Act, what does this mean in terms of costs for the failing firm that further damages its position? And also, what does it mean for the time delay that something like this might cause? And then moving to the third paper around the a failing firm or failing industry, and using the ostrich case study to illustrate this. So when I saw this paper, I was very excited because it's an interesting, and it's a very real concept that we are going to face. An entire industry is failing. So I was very interested to see the author's view on how do we deal with this. And I think they raised some very important points about how do you treat it in a declining industry situation. And the cases that they've relied on, actually, I think in my reading of it, I only found one case that kind of talks about the declining industry concept, and that was the CTP case that was spoken about. Some of the other cases in that section don't, to me, really speak about how do you treat a failing firm in the context of a declining industry. And I think that was what I was really looking for when I went into the paper, was to try and get insights on actual declining industries and how this is treated. The kind of gist of this paper, as Kali said, is not to use merger control as a tool to sympathize with parties, and but rather to resort to alternative tools such as exemptions. And in her presentation, she mentioned industrial policy tools as well. I think the paper doesn't go into any more detail around what these alternative tools are and what they could look like. And perhaps that's something that the authors might consider adding a little bit more about the different alternatives that are available. Again, it's somewhat different spirit to the first paper, which talks about how the provision should be amended versus this one talks about a more stricter or more stringent evaluation criteria. Then I think with respect to the actual assessment done on the Klein Karoo and Maastricht merger, the authors tried to, or showed that, had more rigorous assessments been done, for example, the upward pricing pressure test and the gross upward pricing pressure index tests, it might have helped with issues around understanding the competitive effects of the firm. But I'm not sure this really adds much to the failing firm issue at all. And I don't think it adds much to the failing industry analysis at all. What it does do is that it highlights that there are tools out there that can be used for more rigorous merger evaluation, whether the sector is or the industry is in crisis or not. And certainly if the Commission has such information available, especially in markets with differentiated products, it would be useful to employ these tools. So in the paper, I don't see the link between doing these tests and how that links to a failing firm or failing industry, except that it can provide a more rigorous assessment of the competitive effects. And last but not least, the paper on merger threshold determination. And I think this again, it's such a rich paper. There's so much information about the different things that need to be considered when we're determining merger thresholds. And again, it evaluates a much more fundamental issue in merger control, and that's that of the optimum thresholds for merger notification. Again, this is not limited to failing firms, and it's not specific to the pandemic, but of course, the pressures that the pandemic puts on the Commission, on the Commission's resources is of course very relevant to how the thresholds are set. So I think an extremely important topic because of the seriousness of the outcomes of incorrectly setting merger thresholds. You set the threshold too low, the Commission is going to be inundated with mergers that it has to investigate, and mergers that don't really need a substantial amount of resources because it's unlikely to have anti-competitive outcomes. And this, of course, has costs both to the merging parties and to the Commission. It's wasteful. But you set the threshold too high, and there's a risk that potentially problematic mergers are not notified. So your type 2 errors. And I think from my reading of the paper, the authors place more emphasis on this type of error for the South African economy, given our very high levels of concentration. So you have a very delicate balance, especially because these effects move in opposite directions, and the competition authorities have to come up with an optimum level to reduce the number of notifiable mergers, at the same time not sort of leave out or mergers slip through the cracks that have significant competition and public interest concerns. So Samantha has talked about the methods that were used, comparison of international jurisdictions and how they've approached threshold determination. She talked about the World Bank study. And I did have some questions on the assumptions of the World Bank study. It's not something we went into detail here in the presentation, but I think there were, there were two charts that showed that as GDP size increases, thresholds increases, or projections of thresholds increase. And I thought this was not particularly surprising because I'm sure many of the countries set their thresholds based on GDP levels or projections in growth of GDP levels. The paper also duly acknowledges some of the limiting, perhaps, assumptions of the World Bank approach, in that the countries that they've selected are based on the type of metrics used in the threshold calculation, and not necessarily countries that have similarities with South Africa from an economic characteristic perspective. So I think you duly acknowledge that in your paper, and I think that's an important acknowledgement. And you duly acknowledge that there are nuances that need to be considered when you are doing this exercise. But I suppose ultimately the contribution from the World Bank paper was that our thresholds are too low. This was the contribution, and suggestion that quite sort of really high increases would be warranted. Then I had on your particular comparison of when you did the international comparison, I wasn't very sure what the methodology behind that was. And I may have missed this, it may have been in one of the footnotes, but I think that needs to be clearer. So how did you choose the countries that, to compare? And I'll just note for the benefit of the participants, the difference between the Commission's comparison and the World Bank comparison was that the Commission used absolute measures of thresholds, so not relative to GDP, as the World Bank did. So I was just interested in understanding which countries were used for starters. Was it the same list as the World Bank, or did you have a different set of countries? And what were some of the selection criteria over and above just having similar asset and sales requirements? So that's something that I think you can clarify. But again, I get that the point was they both show that our thresholds are too low. Then I think the one section of the paper that brought in a really rich source of information was the section around your descriptive statistics. When you looked back at the 1,000-odd mergers from 2016 to 2018, and the kind of insights that gave on the burden that the Commission faces with regards to number of mergers filed and analysts per merger, etc. So I thought that was extremely insightful and something definitely that is of great interest in this particular community. And it also provides some very valuable guidance on weighing up, if you are doing a weighing up exercise of what new thresholds should be. I think that provides a very, very valuable guidance. I was a little bit confused in some of the figures that were presented, and I'm just trying to be conscious of time. Just to put it very, very quickly, there were times when it said mergers that require in-depth review were quite high relative to total mergers. I think that was in table 4, it was around 50%. And then in subsequent figures and tables, it suggested that mergers that require in-depth review were a lot lower. So I was concerned about that, but that might just be a clarification thing. To end, the recommendations that were made were really interesting, particularly around the development of sector-based thresholds. And I wished that the paper went into a little bit more detail about that. I mean, this brings in problems of creeping mergers in particular sectors, for example, and how a sector-based approach might alleviate that. So I think that was an area you can develop. It just comes in the conclusion. I think it can be developed. Similarly, your concept of transaction value-based mergers. So I think overall an excellent paper. I didn't get a sense that the authors took a view at the end, a very strong view on what merger threshold increases should be. It might be interesting to have an idea of what your view was ultimately of what it should look like. And with that, I will stop. We are out of time and there are some questions from the audience. If there's any comments that the authors and the presenters would like to make briefly, please feel free to do that before we move to the Q&A session.
Hi, Rina. Thanks so much for the feedback. I think I can see the questions that are coming through on my paper, and also to address the questions that you raised in very, very detailed feedback. Thank you for that. So the first point that I'd like to make is that we shouldn't loosely use the word defense for the failing firm. It is a doctrine, and in South Africa, it's part of the SLC inquiry. It's not an absolute defense. That's the first point that I'd like to make. And then I see a question about merging parties are suggesting that the failing firm defense renders them immune to public interest conditions. So if I just want to take you back to section 12A2, and that is the competitiveness assessment. And the doctrine is imbibed in whether the business or part of the business of a party to the merger or proposed merger has failed or is likely to fail. So there is EU law where a part of a business failed, but the entire business did not fail, and that was found to be a failed firm. And also, Isco Saldana does answer the question of whether you can incorporate a failing firm doctrine in your public interest or efficiency inquiry, and the answer is simply no. So the first point in that 7-point criteria that you'll find in our paper and in my presentation, they put forward the position that a failing firm defense should not be invoked if it amounts in substance to another factor or defense which the Act already provides for. And in particular, they drew attention to the efficiency defense and public interest criteria. So that also answers the second question that I can see on the chat. So would my assessment under the SLC differ if it was able to be justified on a public interest ground? Those are two separate inquiries. So how the failing firm doctrine and how it's applied under the SLC, you can't double dip. You're going to have to pick one. And that's why we were very careful in the paper to differentiate between the doctrine and the effects of the failing firm. So employment does then fall under the public interest. So a firm may choose not to raise section 12A2G because it's better assessed under public interest, and then they're falling within the ISCOR guidance on that. So it's just about differentiating that and balancing the weighting. So currently our legal framework does allow for a delicate balancing exercise. And you did mention that if we go with the last recommendation in our paper about amending the legislation to become really rigid, and that is when I was preparing for this presentation, that is the one thing that popped into my mind this morning, that actually the better approach and a more direct, immediate approach is for the Commission to use the legislation and place more weight on the factor that 12A2G versus the long-term effect of having too rigid a legal framework. But I think the point of the paper was just to pique some interest, start a dialogue. No one recommendation is better than the other. We would just like the doctrine to evolve. And yeah, we don't want to cause any rigidity. There's no one size fits all. And we must always just be guided by the preamble of the Act. So we want to achieve an efficient and effective economy. And our purpose is to promote and maintain competition in the Republic. And also our vision is for growing an inclusive economy. So, when I thought about it again after writing the paper this morning when I was preparing, the best way is our first two suggestions. More weight on that factor in the SLC assessment, and then looking at guidelines just to provide some sort of certainty as to what documents to provide. And if in our paper, if you read through, then you'll see that it's sometimes there's not a specific test that's applied, but it's just evidence that's put forward to the competition authorities. So yes,
Thanks, thank you. Just to give some of the other authors a chance, we are running out of time. If there's any comments or responses to some of the questions I've raised, please go ahead. And I think there are a few more questions from the audience.
Irina, thanks very much. Thanks for the question. But just a quick one on the costs. Yes, it would amount to costs going into business rescue. However, those costs, they don't have to be expenses in this financial year. They can of course be delayed and paid and recognized as a provision, and then they just reported as a liability in the financial statements, which shouldn't have too much effect on the financial statements of this year, and it shouldn't result in any losses or expenses. Thank you.
Thanks, Tabiso. If there are any closing remarks from Kali and Samantha.
Thanks, Rina. There's really nothing from my side except to thank you for the contribution. And also, I take note of your comments saying you were really looking forward to seeing what has been happening with failing industries. And that's actually what we were also trying to do. But unfortunately, we couldn't find any case precedents. And I think what we should be doing going forward to develop the paper is to look at international case precedents. Thank you.
Thanks, Kali. Samantha?
Thanks, Rina. We'll take your comments on board. They're actually really, really good suggestions as well. In terms of the country selection, so part of our initial setup when we were looking into this paper, we also had a look at various different countries and how they set up their thresholds. And this kind of led us to kind of select the countries that were most similar to ours. And we went from there. So the initial paper, not this conference version, is actually quite a lot more detailed, and it goes into quite a lot of specifics on the types of metrics that these countries look at and why they might have chosen these particular metrics. And yeah, so in terms of ultimately the ones that we do show in this conference paper, they're just based on how similar they are to us. Not necessarily in terms of size, but we also then converted their thresholds to a common currency so we can compare. And as the World Bank does, they then compare it relative to economy size to make it comparable across the board.
Thanks, Samantha. And I do think that sector-specific threshold is a really interesting idea and one that's useful to develop. But thank you very much. I think we are out of time and a little bit over time. Just a big thank you to the speakers. And as I said at the beginning, these are papers that definitely should be read. There's a lot of detail in there. And I think it's very interesting and very topical issues, of course, that are presented. So thank you once again to all the speakers. I really enjoyed reading your papers. Please feel free to speak to me for some of my more detailed comments that I haven't been able to put forward today. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Rina, for moderating that session so well. And before you go, let me say many, many, many congratulations on getting your PhD. I know, blood, sweat, and tears. Okay, I don't know because I don't have any experience there, but I've seen people who like to torture themselves. And there is a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. So congratulations to you on getting your PhD.
Thank you, Nandi. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you also to all the panelists who represented the Commission so well. Of course, the problem with this is that next year we might see you representing CRED or Genesis or the law firms. I hope Rena is listening. So maybe the commission needs to raise its own barriers to entry here or barriers to exit somehow. Thank you guys for representing the commission really well. Okay, so from flailing to fading to failing firms, we're gonna break for lunch now. Please join us at 2 o'clock for our last plenary session for the day. It's gonna cover a really hot topic nowadays, and that is the intersection of competition and consumer laws. That's both in the COVID context and beyond COVID. So that session is gonna be moderated by Yasmin Karim, and she's got an excellent panel that she's gonna introduce to you. Please be back with us at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's 14 hours on the clock. It's the 4th of November. We are now entering the final session of what has been so far a most wonderful conference. Virtual as it has been, certainly there has been no compromise as it pertains to content. We are in plenary session 3. I'm the moderator, Songes Omabeka, for those who have just joined. And not long from now, towards the end, you'll also be again introduced, at the same time bid farewell by my co-conference moderator, in Miss Nandi Mukwena. Until 3, for this hour, we are talking about consumer protection and competition laws, a convergence. What can we learn then from the COVID-19 pandemic and other recent enforcement measures that have taken place? Here's the background to the conversation and a little bit more about the conference speakers on this segment. After this, price gouging behavior stemming from the pandemic and the enforcement against such conduct on the back of competition law has come into criticism, with many pointing to the consumer protection laws being arguably more appropriate. Many other jurisdictions, of course, have both competition and consumer protection laws in the same act and dealt with by the same regulator, not in South Africa. Other consumer issues like data privacy, protection are also beginning to intersect with competition law more and more. This session then would explore these issues with the perspectives of other jurisdictions where both laws are in the same act alongside the South African experience. To simplify it, if you keep receiving 021 numbers telling you to go and vote for this political party, or 087 numbers from people you've never met and probably never will meet, asking you 5 minutes of your time, consumer issues, the regulation of information, for, of course, competition advantages in commerce. So this session is probably the one you are really going to be interested in. Let me then welcome conference session moderator in Yasmin Karim, who is at the Competition Tribunal of South Africa, together with her fellow panelists. More about them from Yasmin, but Tezi Mabuza, Amelia Fletcher, Sizwe Kamtuze, as well as David Howarth. These are your speakers and panelists for the session. Yasmin, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Songezo. You've done such a brilliant introduction. I think you've done the job and we all can go home. Welcome, everyone. Thank you, Songezo. And I want to welcome both of my panelists today. I hope you can all hear me and see me firstly. And let me welcome to this panel the Acting National Consumer Commissioner, Tezi Mabuza. Please could you put your video on so that people can see you. Hello, welcome Tezi. Professor Amelia Fletcher from the UK, Thank you so much for participating. David Howarth from Australia is a practitioner there. David, can put your video on so people can see you. And then Sizwe Tuze, who's at the moment serving as a part-time commissioner on information regulator, but was also a practicing attorney. Welcome to you all, and if you can put your videos on so that people can see you, and of course, leave your microphones muted. Welcome, David. Welcome, Sizwe. Wonderful. So just by way of context, you heard what Songezo's roadmap was for our session, but let's just recap where we were. We know that excessive pricing and what I would call exploitative pricing has been with us forever. You know, wars, natural disasters, and pandemics like COVID-19 always give rise to opportunistic exploitative practices, either in the form of excessive prices or in the form of hoarding for scarce goods. And this is not something new. However, what is a matter of controversy is whether competition law should be enforcing what we call excessive pricing in the context of situations like natural disasters. Of course, excessive pricing has always been in the South African law, and certainly in the EU and the UK and Australia, but not in jurisdictions like the US. So we have a range of jurisdictions across the world where jurisdictions take different approaches to whether excessive pricing should be enforced as a matter of competition law. Of course, the conditions that enable excessive pricing from a competition law perspective are what we would call market conditions. And these would differ from the metal type, where there's a monopoly supplier of a certain good, or a natural disaster or a COVID-19 pandemic, where a crisis leads to excess demand. And the market conditions are not the same in every case of excessive pricing. Nevertheless, the controversy is still there, with some people saying, well, it should be a matter of consumer law and consumer protection, and others saying it should be a matter of a unique piece of legislation that deals specifically with those issues. Now, in South Africa, what has happened in the context of COVID-19 was a declaration of a national disaster, state of national disaster, and regulations that were promulgated consequent to that. Many countries also had regulations promulgated. For example, in the US, there was a federal executive order that said price gouging should be regulated in the context of COVID. This was also recently. So South Africa is not unique in the sense that we decided to intervene as a response to rising prices of essential goods such as hand sanitizer, surgical masks, and certainly certain food items such as rice and other staples. In those regulations, the enforcement of this conduct was allocated to both competition agencies and the Consumer Commission. Competition agencies, of course, had done their work. The Commission was inundated with hundreds of complaints. The tribunal has released 2 decisions, Dischem and Babalegi. But to make a note there, mental note, that those were not decided in the framework of the regulations, but were decided in the framework of the existing provisions of the legislation, where the judgments are there for everyone to read, but the tribunal took the approach that under the excessive pricing regime as an abuse of dominance, one could infer temporary market power and enforce this conduct in unique circumstances such as the pandemic. Now, given that background, let me first turn to Tezi. Tezi, we have heard very little from the Consumer Commission, and I'm very pleased that you are here because you can tell us, to kick off, whether you have been inundated with a similar number of cases as the Commission has, how you have dealt with that, approaches you have taken, and the challenges that you might have faced.
Thank you, Yasmin, and thanks for the opportunity and the introduction of the subject. Yes, the National Consumer Commission worked closely, actually cooperated with the Competition Commission. What we were dealing with this essence, that the argument is with price gouging with consumer, but from our side, in our experience, it is wherein we saw a lot of cooperation. When we are looking at it, where it's in a market system, you are looking at the law of and supply, wherein the consumers really determine actually the rate at which price will escalate or will spike. But in this case now, because what's happened, the freedom of the consumer to choose supply, to select where they want to buy the geography and all that was held by freedom actually to move around, select their price through the. So what we saw is that there was that disruption in the market, but what led to now you saw the demand and where in supply really took advantage of it. There was the intervention of the state. So the role of the Consumer Protection Act is so that we protect consumers against what we see as unfair, reasonable, otherwise improper trade practices where advantage is being taken. But then in this case, it's not only about the advantages, wherein you see that the practice in the market would exclude a particular sector in the market. In this case, people that were of low income in far-flung areas and were because the price spiked to such an extent that they really could not afford those goods. And in this case now, what it as the National Consumer Commission make it easier to set up a toll-free number, those ourselves and the competition. We shared those cases where in now
sorry,
when we look
Tizzy, sorry to interrupt you. We're just having a slight difficulty hearing you. I'm not sure how the others are receiving you, but we're breaking up quite a lot. And perhaps, I mean, if you have a connection bandwidth issue, then you could switch your camera off. It's more important for us to hear what you're saying.
All right, that is what I will do. I think switching off the camera will assist. Yes. What
much better.
Yes. What happened is vulnerable. What we had to do, we looked at the demand side of the consumer interface, but we realized you spoke of the met. What we saw is that when at the supply side from the consumer side, we dealt with a company that was called Belechi, which is a company subsidiary or a sister company to Babelechi. So when we actually investigated, it pointed upwards to say that it was not only them, it was also the supplier, their supplier, which was Babelechi. So in this case, we saw that kind of like a complementing of each other, with the consumer interface, wherein the problem will direct saying that the manufacturer is responsible. It's where competition commission comes in. So this instead is not actually a once-all to say that it's for the consumer protection or the competition commission. Actually, what we are seeing is that both areas are actually now, in this case, relevant. If controlling the demand side, I would like to see, check the supply side. It's not really the one. So for us is that both the Consumer and Consumer Act and the Competition Act, they are both equally applicable, because what they will do is in the competition side, competition is there to ensure that prices that are being offered are competitive in the interest of the consumers. While in the Consumer Protection Act, it was to ensure that those prices, they are fair, they are reasonable, and they are just. So that is what we saw or what we learned during this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Tezi. I mean, that is quite an interesting dichotomy already, where you've got two standards. One is, as you said, Tezi, that we must look at effective or efficient pricing. On the one hand, that's a standard for us. And I'm sorry, I'm saying us, but I do come from the Competition Tribunal. And for you, as a Consumer Commission, is fair and reasonable. And I would think that somewhere the truth must lie somewhere in between. And maybe Amelia, you can help us out here. I mean, the UK CMA was very positive about the tribunal's approach in the Babaleki and Discam, and was encouraging of the Competition Commission's enforcement of those cases. So it would be interesting to hear from you, both in terms of your serving on those bodies and your expertise, but also what the framework was in the UK and the experience, particularly in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thanks, Yasmin. Well, I mean, yes, we're lucky in the UK and that we have the competition and consumer powers all within the CMA, which means that we didn't have to decide which body was responsible. The CMA was effectively responsible. We did still have to think about which powers we might use, and that wasn't straightforward. But what we were able to do was kind of before that, the very useful process of just trying to work out the size and extent of the problem and where to focus. And actually, I think one of the things that, so I think we did quite a lot of good things. I think we did have some significant constraints, and I'll mention them in a minute, but we immediately set up a COVID task force so that we could do real-time monitoring and reaction to the issues arising. Actually, it was really interesting that Tezi said that she set up a call center. We did invite calls initially, but we got 2,500 complaints within the first 3 days of having that call and email center open for about 1,300 different businesses, which was actually undealable with via calls. So actually what we developed very, very quickly was a digital form so that people could actually fill out a form, and it was much more easily analyzable. And that was a really good call, because by the peak of the complaints, we were getting about 16,000 a week. So it was really, couldn't have been handled by a reasonably sized call center. What we also found was that while many of the complaints, and particularly initially, were about price gouging, actually, after a few weeks, that had fallen away dramatically, and most of the complaints were then about cancellations and refunds, particularly in the area of holidays and travel, which is more squarely within consumer law. But what was nice about having this single line was there was a very easy morphing between the different types of complaints. It was the same line, the same form, and we could just watch how the mix of complaints was changing. Nevertheless, there were many thousands of price gouging complaints. And what the CMA first of all did is did some analysis of actually what categories of product were the biggest complaints arising in, and what was the scale of the price increases that we were seeing, because we actually asked for that within the form, and so we could very quickly analyze it. And we found that the highest price increases were for hand sanitizer, with a median price increase of around 400%. Then things like paracetamol, flour, fruit and veg. And hand sanitizer was also the most complained about product, so 20% of all price complaints. So it was really useful in terms of focusing then, okay, what do we do? And then in terms of what we did, there was a set of steps. So the first was, we literally just thought, economically, is price gouging a problem, or is this just the market working via price to allocate the products to who needs them most? And lots of people said that's what's going on. Actually, we took a different view. We thought that this wasn't in this particular situation of emergency with essential products, just as Daisy had said, this wasn't the normal market working well. This was price gouging that was going to have significant detrimental allocative harm to consumers. So it was worth doing something about. Then we looked at whether the price rises were significant on a market-wide basis. So we looked at Nielsen data, and actually we found that they were cross-country. The whole country was seeing these price rises. They weren't just local in little local areas. So then we thought about what law applied, and really we didn't think that there was much that we could necessarily do with consumer law. We were inspired by the South African reaction in dealing with it with competition law, and that is essentially the route that we took as well. But we thought that would be very slow, very hard, and it wasn't even obvious that we could make it apply, given that actually we were seeing these price rises across lots and lots and lots of very, very small players, and we have to show abuse of a dominant position. They could all have temporary market power, but to bring all of these cases against all of these small players felt complex and difficult. So we actually publicly advocated to our government that we wanted a new price gouging law, which would be specific to these sorts of situations and essential products. They do have these sorts of laws in many other parts of the world. So we thought they would be useful. I'm afraid we failed in making that case, but we are still making that case for this situation in the future. Despite we had a very difficult balance to make, because we wanted to say that we needed new law, but that the competition law did still apply in order to try and focus minds, but we just about ran that line okay. So what we also then did is we were really transparent about our analysis. We published where we'd got to every week. And we also did a lot of advocacy. We wrote a joint letter with the General Pharmaceutical Council to 4,000 pharmacies and letters to 26 trade associations, setting out our expectations for really how businesses should be behaving. We engaged with online platforms like Amazon to point out complaints in their space and say what we expected them to be doing. And that was actually very fruitful. But then finally, we did do some law enforcement, because we thought if we're going to shout about law enforcement, we have to do some too. So we did start 4 enforcement cases against 4 pharmacies and convenience stores, all in relation to hand sanitizer. That said, they have all now been closed, and the case closure notices are not definitive on whether we thought there was or was not a breach of the law. They were closed on prioritization grounds because essentially they'd all now reduced their prices again, and the issue was gone. And we thought that we couldn't justify taking those cases against small firms on the basis of the relative lack of consumer harm going forward. But so we still don't know whether the law would or would not have applied, but we still feel that it wasn't the best tool for addressing this sort of short-run emergency price gouging. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. I think that was a sentiment that was often expressed in relation to our enforcement decisions, choices in relation to Dis-Chem and Babalegi, that competition law should be looking at systemic effects and shouldn't be dealing with thousands of individual cases. However, in the absence of a tool, and certainly in the context of a pandemic, particularly in a very unequal society as ours, the Commission and certainly the Tribunal took the approach that this was the best tool. Not to mention that we, of course, were required to do it under the regulation, and I mean, this has not come up before, but the legality of that regulation was going to be challenged at some point by Dis-Chem certainly raised it in its papers. And people said, well, actually, you can't do this through regulation, you have to do it through a particular law of Parliament, which is where I think you were looking to see, but your approach of advocacy combined with enforcement is very impressive, and something quite remarkable, especially the lessons about using digital methods to manage volume of complaints. David, have you in Australia, and you're a practitioner, had any direct involvement with managing this kind of complaint in the COVID pandemic? Or what is the legal framework in Australia, by the way?
Thanks, Yasmin, and hello to everyone. First of all, the question raises a caveat that I should put around some of my comments. I do act for Amazon in Australia and some other online businesses, but what I'll talk about here are my own views rather than a client or the firm. The second thing I would just like to say, in Australia, we have a tradition of acknowledging the country that we come from. It's a bit strange over Zoom, but I would just note that I am in Gadigal country of the Aurea Indigenous people, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present. I think, Amelia, to get to your point about how do you get a tool that allows you to have directed action where there are particular problems on pricing, the answer I think we've found is that you give the minister the power to do that, and that way they have an interest in making the determination themselves. I'll give you very quickly the background, if I may, to the Australian position, and it's in a way a far more conservative, economically rational backdrop that we have. So on the competition law side, our Section 46, which is the monopolisation or abuse of dominance position here, only talks about substantial lessening of competition issues. We don't have any exploitative conduct rules, and that has created some tensions, which I'll come back to as I talk about finding a middle gap, Yasmin, that you described between fairness and efficiency. On the consumer side, we have two laws that have been invoked by our Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, which, like the CMA, is an integrated regulator. Misleading and deceptive conduct rules and what we call unconscionable conduct rules. Now, these are not ideal responses in a pandemic sort of situation. So the public announcements by the Commission on misleading or deceptive conduct has essentially come down to don't mislead consumers about the reason for price increases. And that's fine as far as it goes. But of course, if a business were honest, and many of them are, and they will say, we are just imposing this price increase because we can get away with it at the moment, then there is no breach of the law and there is nothing that can be done under that provision. The other law that we have is unconscionable conduct, and this is sourced from common law principles. It still is very limited, and it looks much more at the negotiation position between the parties and any procedural unfairness rather than the substantive unfairness that exploitative conduct raises. And so, again, there are questions about whether that law can be used effectively. And it raises what I think is an issue behind all of this, and that is that we live in market economies, and a central tenet and principle of market economies is that the market sets the price. And so having this sort of unconscionable conduct law would essentially be saying that it is unconscionable outside the bounds of norms of conduct for a business to charge what is a market price. It'd be very difficult to impose that sort of law on a farmer, for example, if there were a drought and the price of crops of wheat went up. And similarly, we'd run into that sort of situation with a temporary constraint on production. In the past, we have had some examples of specific price control laws, and New South Wales had one that was introduced just after the Second World War. And Yasmin, as you rightly pointed out, it's often in response to crises that we get these laws. That law had not been used very often, and it may not surprise anyone to know that in a sport-loving country like Australia, the time when it has been used was when there were sharp increases in the price of tickets to sporting events, and then the consumer bodies would come in and say this is un-Australian and we won't accept it. I'm not even going to talk about our recent rugby performance with New Zealand, but nobody would want tickets to that, so that may be another solution to it. That law, ironically, was repealed in 2019,
And just as the pandemic hit, when it may have actually been useful, and it did allow for the declaration of particular products and for the setting of prices of those products, there has been a proposal by the Labor Party in New South Wales to reintroduce that, but they are currently not in government, and so it was rejected. Where that led us to, and this is possibly one of the solutions, I should first say, Amelia, in response to your comments, our consumer body Choice has also been quite active and hasn't quite had the number of complaints that you referred to, but there's certainly been a very large number of complaints that they've made public on price gouging issues. So we ended up with a determination under our Biosecurity Act, and if you've got a pen ready to take this down, it's the Biosecurity open brackets Human Biosecurity Pandemic close brackets Human Coronavirus with Pandemic Potential close brackets open brackets Essential Goods close brackets determination. Rolls off the tongue. I'm just going to refer to it as the determination for these purposes. The approach that it took was first to define particular products and their essential goods, which come down to various forms of PPE, so disposable masks, disposable gloves and gowns and so on, and hand sanitizer. So a very sort of focused set of goods. It then defined the period over which the determination could apply, and that is what's called the pandemic period that's set by the minister. That's recently been extended to December because the pandemic has continued. More controversially, and what's difficult for us, is it defined two qualifications. The first is that the goods have to be acquired in a retail transaction. Now, I've tried to find out, and I cannot discover where that comes from, but it's essentially where there are scammers who are buying products from a supermarket, for example, stockpiling them and then selling them later into the pandemic. That does obviously dramatically limit the scope of the determination. And the second one is that at the end of the day, we have to set a price or some formula that's allowable. And the formula here is 120% of the purchase value. So that really amounts to a 20% markup on the price of the products. And that, to my mind, is a bit small. Amelia referred to 400% markups, and that's the sort of factor that we're looking at with a lot of price gouging cases. 20% markup is quite common in a lot of markets, and certainly that I think would put a lot of luxury goods into price gouging territory. The other interesting aspect to this determination is that it also had an export prohibition in it. So there's a bit of a conflict there. On the one hand, it's saying that there's a constraint, which means that the products can be sold at an enormous markup in Australia, but at the same time prohibiting the export, which suggests that there's actually a better price to be had in another market. So look, there are a few of the difficulties that we run into these determinations. I'm very conscious of the time. That was a particularly sort of practical response in the context. So the government is, and the minister certainly, to be allowed some flexibility covering. But I do think the interesting issues, I think, from a competition point of view, are whether we should be looking at ex ante as opposed to ex post responses. I would think that setting up some sort of regulatory system where there's, first of all, a declaration power or a way of limiting it, and then a mechanism for setting a price along a more sort of infrastructure regulation-based approach within an ex-ante context is probably preferable. And the other issue, which I won't go into in detail in this session, but we may come back to, is the role of channels. And as Amelia has pointed out, and I was involved with Amazon in monitoring some of the price gouging activity on particular digital platforms. But I'll leave it there, Yasmin. I'm conscious that we have a lot to get through.
Thank you, David. That is very interesting, and it does raise a particular issue that has been front of mind for me. Is that a pandemic such as COVID-19, I think, came upon governments very quickly, and I think many of them were unprepared. for the extent of that pandemic, had no time to plan, a public health response. For example, and if hand sanitizers would have formed part of a public health response, as do condoms do in a HIV AIDS context, and would be freely available for the public out there, there would be no incentive for firms to raise or increase prices, because it would the market would be flooded with public health response. But that then also brings us to an issue, because a public health response such as hand sanitizers or supplying those freely to consumers, we certainly in South Africa had embarked on that at taxi ranks and so forth, the public transport nodes and so forth. If that was more widely extended to all populations at every sort of corner or institution or wherever, you would have had perhaps a slightly different response in terms of pricing and less burdensome for regulators tasked with that. But that response of infection control was also in South Africa. The pandemic also raised another issue, which has not been given much attention to, but which is related to, in some ways, and has a nexus to the earlier discussions we had around the digital economy, and brings us, Sizwe, to you, because one of the concerns that came about in terms of the infection control mechanisms utilized by government as a response was the use of mobile technology in contact tracing, where information was gathered about the movement of an individual in order to assist that individual and, of course, government in containing infection by saying, well, you came into contact with the last 40 people, whatever, in the last few days. Use of that gave rise to such an anxiety on the part of citizens, where people felt that data was being gathered and collected without their consent, and they weren't sure how it was going to be utilized and so forth, to such an extent that I think the government was discouraged from continuing with it, which I think was wrong, because I think it was my own views, it's a very efficient way of tracking your own movements. But it does raise that question, which is, well, what do you do in a context like that, where information, your private information or your personal information is being gathered, maybe for a public interest purpose in this case, and without your consent, of course. And how would you, as an information regulator, deal with that kind of issue, if at all? I mean, is that part of your mandate? Would a consumer be able to come to you and say, I want to lodge a complaint about X, Y, and Z, and this is an invasion of my privacy and so forth?
Thank you very much for this. Yeah, when the COVID pandemic started, government came out with certain regulations, and these were regulations, in essence, became law. So POPIA doesn't give a prohibition on the collecting of personal information where the law requires same. So where the law says that a particular entity should collect the information, then that would be permissible. That is one of the exceptions to the directly collecting of the information from the data subject. But with that having been said, it raises further issues that once you've collected the data from the data subject, how do you store the data? How do you further process the data? Do you keep it to yourself? Do you share it with other government entities? Are you even allowed to share it with other government entities? And I think the most important issue in terms of data is the cybersecurity aspect. To say, once all of this data has been collected, let's say for argument's sake, the 750,000 people who are infected with COVID, if I'm looking at the stats, right? That information of that 750K people, it needs to be kept safely and secure. So the government department that has been tasked with keeping this information, recording this information, have now a higher duty not just to not further process the information, but they must now also ensure that their safety and security guards relating to that information is of a acceptable standard. We talk about organizational means and technical means in terms of POPIA. Once this personal information leaks or unlawfully is shared with other people, that is when now you start getting phone calls from people you don't know, people offering you services and products who you've never asked to do. And I think that is the danger of collecting personal information. It may even result, just to put this into context, it doesn't just raise consumer issues in terms of the direct marketing, but it may also raise issues pertaining to unfair competition. What is if one particular competitor now has this database of the 750,000 people infected with COVID, right? What advantage does that particular party have who has got access to that information, let's say from a drug treatment perspective, right? Let's say it is a pharmaceutical that happens to have this information. Because they have this information, they may have an unfair advantage. They may be contacting the people infected with COVID and saying, come get our drug. Our drug is good, it will help you. And in that way, the illegal sourcing of the information, which is, like I said, a data protection issue and a consumer issue, may also end up being a competition issue. I don't think I should say more from that.
I think that you've actually hit the nail on the head. You know, I mean, I think that would be a serious concern for us. Of course, I don't know. We certainly are not mandated to deal with data issues directly, but as a matter of competition law, of course, we are. And certainly the issue of security of that information does raise concerns, especially in a country where there might be a degree of stigmatization associated with the pandemic, you know, where people might not want to reveal it to family and friends, and yet it becomes a matter of public knowledge or in the hands of a marketeer. Melia, you've had experience with this and have some knowledge about data protection and privacy issues. Would you like to have a comment on this?
We do have our own data regulator, and they have been very exercised about exactly the issue that Sisme was talking about. But actually at the CMA, there's been a very linked issue, but not COVID specific, which is in relation to the market for digital advertising more generally, and the role of privacy consents in that market. So the CMA in July published its market study into digital advertising, which was mainly looking at Facebook and Google. And one of the key issues was how their market power in digital advertising was linked to the choices that they gave to consumers around privacy, and not only what choices they were really making available, because actually to some extent it looks like there's some choice that you're making, but there isn't as much real choice that you're making. And this is in an area where consumers, despite their nervousness about giving the South African government their data, are quite seem to give away all sorts of data to the digital platforms that is used for advertising. So not only is there not real choice, but the CMA also concluded that the choice architecture that consumers face leads them down pathways in terms of privacy consent that is very much in the interest of the platforms and not in the interest of the consumers, or not necessarily in the interest of the consumers, and not necessarily in the interest of competition. They were also, and this also is an interesting link to what Sizwe was saying, they were concerned that the platforms themselves might be abusing or misinterpreting, strategically misinterpreting existing privacy law, again, not to share data with competitors that actually wouldn't be so sensitive and would be allowed under privacy law, but because they were drawing it relatively narrowly, they could keep the data within their walled garden, and that was actually having anti-competitive effect. So I think this link between, this is not COVID specific, but the link between privacy law and competition, I think, is a growing area of focus. And the CMA doesn't do privacy in the UK, but it is working incredibly closely with our privacy regulator on this topic.
So thank you, Amelia. David, would you have any comment on the issue of data protection in the context of pandemics such as COVID-19? I think it does raise some concerns. You know, if people are going to be subjected to direct marketing, for example, funeral plans and pharmaceutical drugs and all, it certainly adds insult to injury in a sense once you have been found to be COVID-19 positive.
Yes, absolutely. And look, I agree with Amelia's observation that people are much more willing to hand over data to private entities rather than governments. There's a sort of lingering suspicion that government must be using it for evil purposes, whereas private entities don't. We've had, just to refer back to Sizwe's discussion, we've had a similar experience with some of the issues around data collection in the context of COVID-19. Our government did release, and has still, a what's called the COVID Safe app. Now that was subject to quite commendable debate on privacy protections, and as a result of that, it does work quite well from a privacy point of view. So there are rules, for example, which have been incorporated into our Privacy Act against coercion. So people are not allowed to require you to install the app before you either go to work or enter a restaurant. There are very strict limits to the way that that data can be used by health professionals and where it's stored, etc. The flip side, though, is that the government did engage in a very extensive promotional campaign when it was launched. And I know in South Africa, this will ring a bell, as in Australia. Sorry, in the UK, probably not so much. But the comparison was made between the COVID Safe app and sunscreen. And that in the same way that you would never go out into the sun without wearing sunscreen, you should never go out of your house without the COVID Safe app, was the line that the government pushed. The result of the COVID Safe app is only 17 cases where there has been tracing. And I think this puts into context that there must always be a balancing of the pros and cons, that people will accept some either loss of privacy or constraints on the way in which their data is used, as long as there is actually a benefit that comes from it. And there were always concerns with this app, and as it has turned out, it hasn't been very effective. And so that sort of undermines the contract, if you like, the sort of privacy contract that people are entering into. But on to the points about data protection. In Australia, we have, our competition and consumer regulator has been very active in this area as well. We're a bit behind the CMA on the report about ad tech, the use of data in ad tech. That is coming. What the ACCC has done is to look more at the consumer protection side. And as I mentioned, we have quite well established and strict laws on misleading or deceptive conduct. The ACCC has taken 2 cases against Google about the disclosures and the description of consents. There was one that was commenced in November last year about location data. And essentially the problem here in very broad terms was that there were various options within Android to change the way in which location data was collected. And whereas if you turned off the location data collection in one part of the operating system, it looked as though you had disabled it for all purposes. In fact, that wasn't the case. And so that sort of conflict between the controls, the ACCC has claimed, is itself misleading or deceptive. And in a second case that was commenced in July this year, and this refers more specifically to the case that Amelia raised, the claim is that the representations about enabling the combination of data from third-party sources by Google was misleading. And essentially there was a pop-up window that said to users, if you consent to this, if you click I agree here, then you will be able to have better control over the way that your data is used. What it didn't say was that if you did agree to that, that there was going to be combination of data in ways that hadn't previously been done, and in particular data coming in from third-party sources. there are a few other aspects to that, but it does show, I think, that there are cases where simple misleading or deceptive conduct laws can actually be quite effective to ensure that the consents given are appropriate. This, for Australia, the challenge that we have, and this is unlike South Africa and unlike the UK, is we don't actually have a constitutional right to privacy. There's no Bill of Rights in Australia, and so all of these topics are being debated from the ground up. It's something that is in some ways regrettable here, and it would be much better to come from a position where data protection and privacy is ingrained in the Constitution and accepted as a fundamental right.
All right, thanks for that. I don't want us to drift too much into digital economy considerations, because I think that we want to just bring us back to some reflections around regulators' role, in our regulators' role, i.e. the competition agencies and maybe the Consumer Commission in regulating pricing and perhaps stockpiling conduct. So just coming back to you on this issue about, it is a data protection debate, but it dovetails to some extent with what the Consumer Commission has responsibility for in relation to direct marketing. And as David has said, misconduct rules or any kind of misleading rules. Do you think that you and the information regulator would have some concurrency in respect of these kinds of matters, or is there some kind of different standard between information regulator and yourself that is applied?
We really are, in this instance in South Africa, complementing also each other in this area. Though the information regulator is dealing with the processing of information, our role is to ensure that when people are marketing goods to consumers, there is a time frame, there is a curfew that has been put in place to say that can market to a consumer at this particular time. And then we also have the issue of false, misleading, and deceptive representation, wherein now we had seen this even more often, wherein we saw that when you're looking at the platforms themselves, especially when you're looking at the digital economy, is that the platforms were not clear in relation to whether they are the direct suppliers or somebody is a supplier somewhere else. But what we had also picked up as well is that, though, as Amelia and David have said, is that the volunteering of information, or maybe the education that we did not have as consumers when we are interacting within the digital economy, wherein now, in terms of the Consumer Protection Act, the onus lies on the consumer to ensure that if they are transacting, especially online, there should be certain disclosures or certain things that they should be looking for, like whether there is a return address of the supplier, is there the supplier acting in the ordinary course of business? Because what we had picked up with this misleading information is that, especially on social media, wherein people would just sell a sanitizer only to find that that person is not a supplier. We could not. So we had a lot of those complaints that we looked at, wherein we could not follow through because there was no business address and all that in terms of just due diligence. So what we had picked up was the issue of education, but also as well is, again, when we were looking at the payment gateways, to say that were we well prepared to understand what we were up for when we volunteer that information, because I think after that, we had a number of consumers that have been scanned because they volunteered that information. So for us as well is that as a Consumer Commission, the relationship that we have with the information regulator is wherein we start and end is wherein they take up. Because for us, it's only during those specific times and what we should be saying when you are marketing. But for them is that when you have that information, what do you do with it? So for us as the commission is that really we need to have a lot of advocacy and education and awareness for our consumers to make sure that when they interact in these platforms, they do not volunteer information unnecessarily and make themselves vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Tezi. So one can see that, of course, there's a lot of I wouldn't want to say convergence in the sense of perhaps what was contemplated by the person who planned the plenary, but certainly a multi-pronged approach that is required. Because on the one hand, Tezi, your Consumer Protection Act comes on at the problem from a particular angle. Competition agencies come at it from the pricing angle, and CISWE comes at it from a protection of data and personal information angle, which of course all must act together to ensure that one has a coherent response to the pandemic. But let me pause there and see if we've got a few minutes still, whether there are any questions from the audience. And I don't know if there are, and I can ask Songezo, if we can, or Arthur, we can take some questions.
Yes, there actually are 3 questions, so I'm not sure who will direct them, but maybe let me read them and then you can decide who's best suited. So the first question is, what is an optimal strategy to protecting consumers in a disaster circumstance? The mix in South Africa was advocacy to national chains with a reputation to protect, raising consumer awareness, and some prosecution to deter business from gouging. Should the regulation have set maximum markups? That's the first question. The second question is, what responsibilities should online marketplaces have for third-party suppliers raising prices on their platform in the crisis? Then the last question is, should we be concerned about a post-COVID recruitment strategy for firms with market power that suffered some losses due to lockdowns? Those are all the questions from James Hodge.
Yes. Perhaps what we'll do is ask Amelia to kick off with the optimal strategy, given that CMA had quite an extensive one, and then allow the rest of the panelists to comment on it if needs be.
Well, I think that actually the CMA pretty much had an optimal strategy given the constraints that it was under, as I described. But I do think that there would be, as I said, merit in having specific law in this area, and the sorts of things that we were struggling with was we weren't really allowed to even ask for information, or we couldn't formally require information unless we actually opened a case, and opening a competition case is quite a big thing. So actually having better ability to send comply or explain letters to firms with a bit more legal basis and some requirement of information and expectation that they will respond. Maybe then restricting it to essential goods, but going to the question about whether they should be at markup, and this goes to David's point about, you know, the maximum markup. I think that does raise all sorts of concerns. So actually, and I'm not speaking for the CMA at all here, but how I would do it is actually set a price increase limit. So if you see price increase, you shouldn't be able to increase your price relative to past prices by say more than 50% or whatever percentage you come up with, 30%. I think that's how it's set up in the US versions of this law. And that doesn't say you can raise it by that much, but it says we would be very likely to bring a case against you if it raised by more than that, or something like that. So you can set it to try and incentivize lower, but at least really stop the most extreme price increases. So I think that would have been a much easier, smoother, quicker tool to reach for that wouldn't have wide anti-competitive effects. And there is always these concerns that if you bring exploitative conduct cases, there are lots of concerns about they can actually distort behavior in terms of not allowing firms to, you know, actually extract the full benefit of investments they've made, for example. So you can actually deter investment, etc. By keeping it really narrow, really specific to specific types of products and specific periods, I think a quite intrusive rule would have been justified.
Thanks, Amelia. David, Tezi, any comments on that? I mean, I think focus it on whether there should have been a maximum price or whether the approach of a maximum increase or markup would be a better one. You know, price control has got its pros and cons, and as earlier indicated by the commissioner that one didn't want to discourage supply, entry into supply of these products by controlling price. But on the other hand, you have this difficulty of an excessive price. David, have you got any comments or experiences from Australia on this?
Look, I think first of all, the experience with our determination has not been great because I understand there hasn't been any action taken under it. So there is a problem if you set the rules as too restrictive, then actually enforcing those can raise a different set of issues. I agree absolutely with Amelia and the US approaches where there are, in response to natural disasters and so on, those limits on the sort of speeding tickets, if you like, the extent to which the prices can be increased. The other, I think, in direct answer to James's question, what is the optimal strategy to protecting consumers? I think we've all seen in our own ways that whatever that is, it's unlikely to happen in the middle of a pandemic or a natural disaster. So it's maybe setting the bar a bit too high. But one thing that I think has been certainly effective here, it's very crude, but it does seem to work, is simply providing information about, cases of very high pricing and also what is a normal price will often allow people to make decisions and to ensure that the market then, starts providing the products again at a reasonable price based on competition.
Okay. If unless you have a burning comment, Sizwe, Tezi, I need to move us along because we've got a few minutes left.
Yes, I think from our side, I think what would definitely be best will be the issue of just leaving the market as is, though there is regulation, but let competition be there. And then also talk to the issue of justification of the increases, because the strategy that we had followed, if I were to be the minister and ask myself, what else would I do? I would definitely follow the same way of looking at the demand and supply and making sure that from both angles, one can justify, and especially looking at the prices, what the people were charging and what it is right now, and just going back and say, just justify that price increases in relation to your own business model. That seemed to work better because it still left a room of competition for companies to really compete. Because if you really set up a markup, that would mean that everybody will go to a maximum. If you say 20%, everybody would increase up to a 20%. But if you allow them to justify it, then the competition actually is still being exercised. Thank you.
Thank you, Tezi. So there are two other questions, but what I want to deal with in the last 2 minutes is this very interesting one, which combines the discussions we've been having about platforms and online marketplaces. And the question from James is, what responsibility should online marketplaces have for third-party suppliers raising prices on their platform in the crisis? It sounds like a very moral answer that is going to come through, but I mean, do we have any recourse? Should we be placing any responsibilities to these online marketplaces for third-party price increases during a pandemic such as COVID-19? Maybe Amelia, you can go first, and David, and then Tezi, and Sizwe, just jump in if you need to.
Well, I guess we actually did, because we pointed these things out to Amazon and they did act. Whether we had a firm legal basis for that, I think is untested, but I think we did get some good outcomes, and I think if we had a better legal basis, that would be useful. The other thing that actually a lot of pressure was put on the platforms about was misleading advertising in relation to COVID cures and things like that, and I actually think that they did a pretty good job on that front, and I think that was there was, I don't quite know what the law was there either, but there was a clear moral imperative on them, and I think they reacted well.
Thanks for that. David, of course, you come from the other side, but you can give us your own personal views rather than the views of your client, sometime client.
Sure, and I will just make that disclosure very clearly to anyone who didn't hear it before, that I do act for Amazon, so there's an interest there. Look, I suppose the main point, and it doesn't really matter whether I act or they're my own views, is that the platforms often have, well, they do have an interest in ensuring that these prices are not on their platforms, and so I agree with Amelia that and Amazon's experience in Australia was the same as in the UK, that they are fully on board to ensure that these sort of egregious prices are not there. The problem, of course, that the platforms face, as the regulators do, is what is a price that's too high. And we've seen in Germany that action was taken, that there's a potential, claim that by imposing a maximum price, that may itself could be interpreted as abusive conduct. And I suppose in some ways it's just a matter of working with the regulators to ensure that there won't be that sort of response. But look, I agree with that conclusion, that ideally you would have a firm legal basis so that the parties can go into it knowing what they have to comply with and what should be done, and if possible, how the maximum prices should be set.
Yes, and from my side, from the Consumer Commission, is that platforms actually, they are part of the value chain. Whatever rules that apply to an ordinary retailer of brick and mortar should be applying to a online platform. So whatever price that they set up, there should be disclosure to information so that the consumer would know what is the markup and all that. And then, but then what is also essential as well is to really also be honest with the consumer to say, I am simply fulfilling and this is the seller, so that the consumer would also have a choice to say, do I really want to buy if this is the fulfiller and this is the seller, so that they can exercise their right to choose. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've come to the end of our session. I'm not sure, Songezo, whether we have the luxury of any additional time. It is, according to my watch, 2 minutes past 3. But I thought I'll just give everybody 30 seconds, just a quick round, last comments, last thoughts, some important insight they might have gained. Just so that we have benefit of our panelists. And let me start in the other order. Caesar, you can go first. I don't see Caesar. See you? Caesar, are you still with us? Tezi, you go. Everybody's going to get a 30 seconds a shot at making some closing remarks. So Tezi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. What we had to learn to really here is that we need all the regulators to act together. We don't need a separate law, because what we had learned is that while we are dealing with price gouging, we also dealt with issues of standards, wherein we needed the South African Bureau of Standards to on products that really were not within compulsory specifications to really test those goods. So for us is that when you are dealing with a abnormal situation like this, all the regulators have a place to play in relation to their mandate. And for us, it's not about only consumer protection, because consumer protection lies in the mandate of most regulators, and we need to, all of us, be in it together to have a holistic approach to protect consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Tezi. David?
Look, I suppose the thing that strikes me is that we are probably only halfway through the COVID crisis. We've had the situation where there was, in some cases, a massive demand spike. And in many cases, and certainly in Australia, we have seen in areas like hand sanitizer, there's been a response from the market to that, or the supply side of the market to deal with that. What we're going to go into next is potentially a massive downturn in economies, and we'll see some of the other problems with crisis cartels that come up. So that, we should be attuned to that. I certainly agree with Tezi's comment that regulators do need to have an integrated approach, and wherever possible, I think, in the CMA case and to some extent in South Africa as well, that having integrated regulators is a very good outcome. but I suspect there's going to be plenty to talk about at next year's conference.
Thank you. Amelia, you have the last word.
So I think actually David's point is a really, really good one. I mean, I personally still think we should have a specific regulation. The UK response to the past price gouging has been sufficiently good and effective that we probably won't get that regulation in the UK because I don't think it's perceived that there is a big enough problem. However, I do think that we're now going to have major economic issues in most countries around the world, and that's going to lead to all sorts of new issues, including probably both on the competition side and the consumer side. So there's going to be need for the authorities that aren't already combined to work together really closely for the foreseeable.
Oh, thank you for that. I want to thank all of you, my panelists, for your participation. I want to thank the audience for bearing with us on the graveyard shift. And I want us to go away with these few learnings that it's going to get worse for us because we are going to see the fallout of the economic recession as a result of this pandemic. And I'm sure we will be finding ourselves in very challenging merger situations and possibly recoupment of losses. So I want to thank you all very much and good afternoon, and I hand over to Songezo or Nandi.
Indeed, it is Songezo. Thanks, Yasmin. Thanks to you, your panelists. I'm trying to get my video on. There we go. Always thought I looked good on camera. Indeed, thank you very, very much, everybody, for your participation, for your engagement, for your audience. All 114 of you, you've done well, considering, as Yasmina said, this is the graveyard shift. Commiserations to you, David. You might celebrate the fact that the Springboks are not participating in this year's Nations Trophy. It becomes a Tri-Nations, gives them else an opportunity to win. But be very sure the William Webb Ellis Trophy is very much entrenched in Cape Town at SARU headquarters. Sis Nandi, you might want to introduce now the conference closing segment in introducing again a face that we all love, Commissioner Thembinkosi Bonagele.
All right, thank you very much, Songezo, for that. I'm going to now ask the Competition Commissioner, Mr. Thembinkosi Bonagele, to close the conference for us. Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Nandi. This is meant to be a very short segment. Of course, it's been quite an exciting 2 days for us, and it's very sad that is coming into an end. We've enjoyed the debates quite a lot. I personally have learned so much from all our speakers, and I'd like to thank all of them, panelists, the facilitators of the panels or the chairs of the panels, the academic authors, as well as discussants, really made our conference quite lively. I would like to also thank our counterparts from the tribunal, the chair of the tribunal, Mondo, who kindly ushered into the conference with an opening address, as well as her colleagues who have collaborated with us in organizing the conference. I'd like to also thank the internal team of the Commission. This conference's content is driven by the chief economist of the Commission. So I'd like to thank James Hodge for putting together a wonderful program, as we have heard, but also the team from communications, which has helped organize. The team of Itebucheng, as usual, has delivered quite a fantastic conference from an organizational point of view. From communications, I have to make sure that everybody who participated is acknowledged, because they were really the drivers of this. So I wish to send a shout out to Lydia, Mulefe, Sia, Makunga, and also we had a team that was working with James. I didn't get all their names, but I know that Jason has been doing so much to get the conference going. And we had Kanye also helping a lot with stakeholder engagements around the conference. I'd like, last but not least, to thank the technical team, the IT people who have made a virtual conference for the first time possible. I think they've done a fantastic job. And if it was a live conference, I would be saying, let's give them a standing ovation. And then I want to, on behalf of all of us, to acknowledge and really give a word of appreciation to Nandi and Songezo for steering us for the past 2 days. If I've left anybody and not thank, you will blame this too. But it's been a fantastic, one of the most fascinating versions of this conference. And I think we've learned a lot from holding it virtually. I suspect that we are going to hold on to some of the elements of this virtual conference. It's been exceedingly successful. It's been efficient. It's been less expensive. It's everything just worked according to plan. So I thank all of you who have also come to our conference this year, our staff who have come in numbers, but also our audiences who came from all parts of the world, all the continents of the world. So thank you very much, and may you have a wonderful time. Enjoy the rest of the week and enjoy the December break. Thanks very much. And goodbye to all of you.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Bye.